E te whare etu nei, tēnā koe. E te marae, tā koto nei tēnā koe, e ngā iwi I pai nei, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. E mihi ana hau, koutou katoa, ko Waiau, ko Kelly Dombroski tōku ingoa, ko Ashling Gallagher tēnei, he kai whakahaere māua o tēnei hui. Yeah, welcome everyone. Ash and I came up with an idea to run a Caring Economies Symposium, and we were like, oh, you know, if we get like 20 people in the room and it's the right people, we'll have a good time and get to know each other. And yeah, when we put the event online, it pretty quickly was apparent that it wasn't going to be 20 people in a room. So we just really want to thank you all for being here, for taking the time to come in person. For those of you that are online, thank you for joining us online in the waka of Zoom. It's really great to have you with us as well. And yeah, we're really excited about today. Do you want to say anything? Just to echo Kelly's comments there, we were really thrilled at the level of interest that came through. And we think, you know, being able to make time to come together is such a rare opportunity for most of us outside conference sessions. So for those of you who've made the effort, as well as those who've made the effort to join online to be here with us today, it's really really valuable and really important in and of itself. And we hope that we know the conversations that we'll have over the course of the day will be really stimulating, generative, and yeah, we hope there's lots of good relationships stem from this coming together today in this beautiful space. Yeah. So we won't delay any longer, but we will introduce you to our first speaker, who is Professor Joan Tronto. And actually, Dana, I do need the bio that you had there for me. Everyone knows who Joan is. That's why you're here. So I first came across the work of Joan Tronto during my during my PhD, and you know, I felt like it was really speaking to something that I was trying to articulate but didn't have the words for. And you know, when I started doing my own work, and Joni wrote a paper called "There Is an Alternative," that was about moving our society from the subject of Homo economicus, the rational economic man, into homines curans, the collective caring subject. And I feel like it's actually shaped my research agenda since I read that paper, Joan. So it is such an honour to have you here, and we're so pleased to have you. You have about 40 minutes to share with us what you've prepared, and then we have Joni, Angeli-Gordon and Ellie Tapsell as respondents this morning, who will reflect on your talk and connect it into Aotearoa, New Zealand. So take it away, Joan.
Right. Hello, everyone. I want to begin by telling you that I reside in the historic land of the Lenape people, who named the island of Manhattan. It's more than a great honor to join you remotely there in Aotearoa, New Zealand. I offer these reflections with the hope that they're in the spirit of Te Ara Tika, and that if they're not, you will correct me. So, are you guys running the slides, or am I? I guess we should have talked about that. Do you want me to share my screen, or are the slides there?
Yeah, you can share screen, Joan, with your slides.
Okay?
Yep.
Here we go. The world in which we live is being led by people who are breathtakingly uncaring. Can we think of a more uncaring thing to say or do than move fast and break things? Whenever I hear these words, they're the words of the great Mark Zuckerberg, my thoughts immediately turn to care. What happens to all those broken things? The long and the short of it is this: those guys are leaving a mess for someone else to clean up. Barbara Ehrenreich, in a piece called Made to Order, wrote in 2000, before Facebook existed, this: to be cleaned up after is to achieve a certain magical weightlessness and immateriality. Almost everyone complains about violent video games, but paid housekeeping has the same consequence-abolishing effect. A servant economy breeds callousness and solipsism in the served, and it does so all the more effectively when the service is performed close up and routinely in the places where they live and reproduce. Now, surely the people who hire people to do caring work don't think of themselves as bad carers or as careless people, but that's exactly who and what they are. Indeed, perhaps there is more bad care in the world than good care in the world, and I think it's worth our noticing this. There are many forms of unjust acts that masquerade as care. Let me just talk about a few of these. Think about colonialism as a discourse of care. Uma Narayan warned us early, back in 1995, that when feminists use the word care, they have to be aware of the discursive history of this language. In 19th century Great Britain, the language of colonialism was used as a language of care, that we were going elsewhere to civilize and cultivate those people, not to steal their resources. And it was an especially useful project for recruiting women to the project of, especially useful language to recruit women to the project of colonialism. Judith Steam and later Iris Young used the language of protection rackets to talk about the fact that powerful people, sometimes men in households, sometimes political leaders, use the language of protection. They demonize those whom they think are a threat, and they infantilize those who are too weak to protect themselves. As Young puts it, it is not a good thing for democratic citizens to think they need protection. Paternalism. This argument goes all the way back to the 1990s. Paternalism grows out of the fact that, well, longer than that care responds to needs. But needs are always subject, as Fraser and Gordon put it, to a politics of needs interpretation. When the version of needs determined by caregivers rather than care receivers predominate, such paternalism is a form of unjust and bad care. Think about the arguments, you hear them all the time, I understand they're now, that welfare benefits are bad because they make one dependent upon the state. Bad to be dependent. Better, we're going to cut you loose. Okay. Parochialism. Parochialism, that is, caring more for one's own family, group, neighborhood, community, often produces unjust care because it passes off harms to others without acknowledging them. For example, in the United States, property taxes finance education. That means that richer communities have much better schools than poor communities, ensuring that it's easier for children from wealthy communities to succeed. And finally, self-care. Now, not all forms of self-care are bad. For example, in the context of taking care of oneself in challenging situations, the Black Lives Matter, for example, recognize the importance of self-care as a vital part to continuing the movement. But self-care can become another form of bad care when it inoculates against insights. The extensive self-care industry is a way to justify capitalist extraction. The message is, if you spend the right money on yourself, you'll be empowered, better able to face life's difficulties. So self-care, too, can be an uncaring thing, masquerading as care. So with all these forms of bad care, the key question becomes, how do we distinguish bad care from good care? How do we know when we are caring well or caring badly? Now, this question actually becomes two questions, and these become the two parts of the paper. How do we recognize bad care? And second, how do we start from caring economies and caring democracies to go on from there? So, how do we recognize bad care? I have to tell you, my honest answer to this question is that we can't. We cannot do so entirely because, as Margaret Urban Walker argued in her wonderful book, Moral Understandings, morality shifts depending upon what the community believes are moral understandings. Walker didn't earn herself much favor from professional philosophers when she said they don't really have any insight into what morality is. Morality is a result of an ongoing argument and discussion within a particular community about what constitutes good and bad, and it changes over time. For example, homosexuality used to be roundly condemned by everyone, and now most people would say that if to deny people sexual expression is a violation of their human rights. So that's a shift. It's happened in my lifetime, I'm happy to say, and it's an example of the way moral understandings change. So Walker suggests that an approach she calls exercises in transparency, by which we can at least begin to make sure that we're looking at the right points where there's this conflict. She says, different relative moral positions in differentiated social lives create the gates for new knowledge and relations of trust. Here's how she puts it. When we pay attention to these different moral positions, quote, they open gates for the flow of hidden experiences, excluded testimonies, submerged perceptions, and subjugated knowledges. Through these, we learn anew how to live, what may be said for and against it, and what is felt about it. Though this, in turn, relations of trust are buttressed, collapsed, are renegotiated, and are newly reforged. And seeking such transparency from the standpoint of an ethic of care, and this is the hard work I did when Kelly gave me the title Thinking with Care, I thought about, well, what is it that we can do to make sure that we're looking at these different relative moral positions in differentiated social lives thoughtfully? And it occurred to me that there are at least 6 things that we can do, and I'll list them here. First, do the practices of care that we're engaged in mitigate, reduce, and repair harm? It was Dan Engster, my colleague in care studies, who suggested that the avoidance of harm has to be a key element of the ethic of care. And I think he's right. Incidentally, this is what care ethics, I think, shares fundamentally with contemporary abolitionist movements. Second, do the practices of care and care receiving promote the flourishing, especially of those who do the care work and those who receive care? Many writers on disability, for example, note that disability policies are often begrudging rather than commitments to flourishing. Oh, I guess we have to do that for those people now. And that's not good care, it's bad care. Third, do the practices provide time? Do the practices of care and care receiving promote an appropriate use of and appreciation of the ways in which care time differs from clock time? Anybody who's ever engaged in a care process knows this is true. Care doesn't happen according to a time frame. We need to somehow adjust it. Fourth, is care anti-hierarchical? By this I mean, do the practices of care and care receiving allocate responsibility and decision-making to the appropriate and ideally most local level? In general, the more caregivers and care receivers who are close to the needs of care are involved in decision-making, the better that will be. But that's not the only response, right? Because it's also the case that sometimes issues can't be resolved on the local level, and you need some other level of intervention. And so there has to be an appropriate level at which to make decision-making. Fifth, and we'll talk more about this later, vicious or virtuous circles of care. Look, practices of care beget other practices of care, and the question is the circle that they're creating a vicious circle of care or a virtuous circle of care? And finally, democracy. Do the practices of care and care receiving include everyone in the decision-making process who should be involved? Does everyone have a say in making the determinations of what care to give, what care to receive, how to set priorities for care? And if not, how can we amplify the voices of those who are traditionally excluded? Now, I'm sure I could generate an even longer list of questions to begin with. An exercise in transparency, as Walker put it. But individually, more importantly, collectively, we can always ask these kinds of questions of our own practices, and perhaps that will help us to decide whether, in fact, we are engaged in good care, or, as sometimes often happens, in care that's not ideal and is, in fact, sometimes even bad care. Okay, with that start, let's go on and talk now about care economies and caring democracies. How might caring economies mitigate against bad care? And why does a political framing of caring democracies become an essential part of caring economies? That's the question we'll take up now. And first, I want to praise caring economies by distinguishing them from the care economy. And then I want to use an example to illustrate this point, and then turn to the necessity for politics here. So let's begin by talking about the language that's used in UN documents and in ILO documents, the care economy. To me, the care economy already signals that we're living in the world of Mr. Homo economicus. Now, this language shows up in the UN and in ILO. The problem with the care economy in the singular is that it starts from the same starting point of economic life and presumes that economic life should be the model for human behavior and institutions in all fields. I learned from this lesson especially from Karl Polanyi in his book, The Great Transformation. It is only in this very strange modern world since about the middle of the 18th century that economy has come to dominate politics. Before that, economic judgments were always made in the service of some political ends. Let me give you an example. The ILO in 2024 adopted a resolution concerning decent work in the care economy. Now, let me begin by saying I absolutely agree with everything that they said in that resolution about policies. That is, people should have family time off to care. People should have decent wages for the kinds of care work that they do. We should acknowledge that unpaid care work is as important as care work. However, here's the language that they use. Point 1. Care work, paid and unpaid, is essential to all other work. What happens when we reduce care to a sector of the economy? The care economy continues to view humans and their activity in primarily economic terms. And if we view the care economy as a kind of a logistics, as a support for other economic activity, how does this affect our understanding of care and of its possible importance in the world? It makes care functional to the support of other work. In a way, this statement, which echoes claims made by care workers themselves as they demand higher wages and better working conditions, is at the heart of the problem. We could alternately state, were there no need for care, there would be no need for work. Therefore, all other work is essential to care. The difference is, of course, about the hierarchy of values that's being maintained here. In an economy in which people are labor, the rest of life becomes a backdrop by which people are made into the productive commodity called labor, that is, through a process of reproduction. And part of the reason I don't like this language of social reproduction that much is because it follows the same logic of making labor and production the first thing, and reproduction, quite literally, something that comes after it. So an extreme example of this is, I'm going to go back to our dear friend Mark Zuckerberg. There's a little red book that gets handed to every person who works at Facebook, according to Sarah Wynne Williams in her book, Careless People. And this is a quotation from the Little Red Book. I'm old enough to remember when the Little Red Book was moused, but never mind. Our philosophy on perks is that we want to provide services that are utilitarian and help people with things they need in order to help them focus on our long-term goals. Everyone needs to eat, everyone needs to do laundry, everyone needs health services, everyone needs to get to work. If we can make these parts of our lives easier, then it helps us focus on what we're trying to accomplish at work, and it makes us all more productive. So it's not that they're trying to be nice to their workers, it's that they think if they do this, they will be able to get more out of them. So in this version of the care economy, care exists to increase productivity in other, presumably more productive spheres of activity. Now, it's not unusual to say that some things are functional, but we should perhaps pause for a moment to notice that within the Western tradition, as long ago as Susan Oken noted, women are viewed as functional and men are viewed as somehow essential. As Oken put it, the philosophers always ask, what are men like? What is their nature? And what are women for? And if you start from that distinction, you are going to end up with inequality. And it's the same thing here about function. Now, of course, we could say that care is always functional. Here's the famous definition of care that Berenice Fisher and I devised back in 1990. On the most general level, we suggest that caring be viewed as a species activity that includes everything that we do to maintain, continue, and repair our world so that we can live in it as well as possible. Yeah, you know this, right? But there's a difference between this kind of functioning, isn't there? To maintain, continue, and repair the world so that we can live in it as well as possible, which is a different goal from care work is essential to all other work. So to conclude this point, using this language of the care economy and viewing care as a sphere of, or a sector of the global political economy leaves it within the Homo economicus model. It doesn't change that. And well, all of the accomplishments, and there really have been extraordinary accomplishments in the last 50 years to make the work of women count more and to make care work count more, it's still always going to be behind because of the way this is structured economically. So here's the contrast. In contrast, care economies, I think, are aiming at homines curans. By the way, the Latin here is not made up. I didn't make it up. It's actually from Albert the Great, who called humans creatures of care. So this phrase, care economies in the plural, was first used by Rian Eisler in 2007. And the other person whose work I've found it in the most is, of course, Kelly herself, Kelly Dombroski. To speak of the plural of economies is to recognize that economies can pursue goals other than the singular pursuit of profit, that multiple ends can be pursued, and among those ends can be the end of caring well. In this way, caring economies further the economic interests of homines curans, caring humans, rather than solely the profit-seeking homo economicus, economic man. Now, others have pointed to this existence of alternative economies, such as commoning and bartering, going back to J.K. Gibson Graham's work, and to alternative care infrastructures that people are talking about. For example, Zabatos Campos has just published a piece about community refrigerators. What caring economies require and what distinguishes them is a feedback loop to assess the caring effects of economic policies, as well as the fiscal or economic effects of those policies. Rather than asking, is this profitable? Have we got all the value that we can out of it economically? We can ask other questions. And it's possible to assess the caring effects of economic policies, and they require that we have a plurality of economic ends, not just the maximization of profits, which guides human life, including economic life. Consider this humble example. If factories did not have to build safeguards to protect worker safety, they could certainly operate more cheaply. But we've decided, as citizens, to insert the value of worker safety into the economies of running factories. What would happen if we were to insert the value of caring into all of our economic activities? And perhaps one way to do that would be to insist that we have care impact statements for proposals. In fact, a given proposal might not maximize profit, but we might ask the question, how do we measure, and this is the work for you guys who are economists, how do we measure, assess, and make sense of such alternatives? As I was thinking about this, I thought about bourgeois virtues who've been championed by such supporters of capitalism as Deirdre McCloskey. McCloskey makes the argument that there's some virtues that really are worth celebrating that come out of the bourgeoisie and capitalism. For example, thriftiness. Well, thriftiness is a nice value, and it does lead to greater profit, but it can also be recast as avoiding waste. And if we think of it as avoiding waste, it's surely a value of caring for people and the earth, but it goes far beyond a concern with profit. And in fact, we might decide that being thrifty, which leads to greater profit, we have to be more thrifty. We have to actually be not wasteful, which would be actually better not only for maybe the bottom line, but certainly for the planet and for people. So caring economies can generate, and this is the work we have to do, can generate such an alternative framework of caring values, and then figure out ways to measure whether or not those caring values are actually working. This sounded very abstract to me, so I decided to try to think of an example. And so let me turn now to an example. An example that's actually been very interesting to me for some time is the example of school lunches. And I say this because when I lived in Minnesota, kids who were poor got a discount on the price of their school lunch. But if their parents, for one reason or another, hadn't paid the $6 to the school every week, and it had to be done every week, if they didn't do that, they got, instead of getting a nice hot lunch, they got a cheese sandwich, 2 pieces of bread with some cheese slapped between them. And you can imagine what this did to the kids. It made them miserable because it was humiliating to be given this alternate lunch because your parents hadn't paid the $6. The governor of Minnesota and the legislature in Minnesota passed a law that said all children would receive free lunch and free breakfast every day of the school year. So think about this example. Because in New Zealand, as I understand it, the policies about school lunches have also been contentious. There was a school lunch program, the conservative government came in and changed it, and now it's set to expire next year, regardless of what happens. So the new government decided to use economies of scale to deliver cheaper meals by awarding a large contract to one main provider rather than allowing schools that qualified to provide their own lunches. Associate Education Minister David Seymour considered that $130 million was saved in this, his language, smarter program. Others saw many losses to this school lunch program. When a 2023 Treasury report had found that school lunch programs help children get more nutrition, they said it didn't necessarily improve educational outcomes. And therefore, it was kind of a bad investment because it wasn't really, oh my God, kids were getting food, and they were doing better because they were eating better, but it wasn't necessarily improving school outcomes. But not everyone agrees with this view about school outcomes. Here is a principal from Titipunga High School up in the North Island. Principal Emma Leyland put it this way: attendance has improved, achievement has improved, behavior has improved, and of course, relationships have improved. Staff sit and eat with the children and practice relationship building, which is really important to us. On the other hand, and according to the reporter, the students enjoyed the lunches. They showed gratitude towards the staff who made the lunches, and the shy kids did not feel embarrassed to eat in front of their classmates. Think how important that is. On the other hand, afterwards, Principal Aisha Burns at Lincoln Heights School wrote this: you know, we're back to seeing kids going, actually, I don't want to be the child that's taking a lunch. So the new lunch is all, this fast food stuff prepared in microwavable containers. And the kids make fun of it because it's bad. And so the kids who actually really need to eat this food because it's the only food they're going to get maybe all day don't want to look stupid in front of the other kids. And so they turn it down. They say, I don't want to eat that lunch. And so the kids are going hungry because the food lunches are just not edible. So in his press release, Seymour had complained that 10,000 lunches were going uneaten each day, though many uneaten meals were turned over to the community to feed farm animals or to feed the community itself. But a recent report shows that in March and April 2025, the problem of waste persists. 17,400 meals were uneaten in Northland schools. And so you see this comment. We know that kids are actually going hungry because they don't want to be seen as taking a lunch. So now let me return briefly to the criteria I suggested to think about whether a policy is offering good or bad care. Perhaps we should be more nuanced and say better care or not. And we might evaluate this policy this way. So if the goal was to make the program cheaper, it succeeded, right? On the other hand, let us return to the criteria I introduced earlier and think about the lunch program through it. Mitigate, reduce harm. How many children are eating the meals? How much food waste is there? Well, the evidence is that, in fact, not all the children are eating the food and the level of waste remains. Promote flourishing. Are the meals good? Are the staff still sitting down with the children to eat the meals off of plates? Is educational achievement affected? Does the school feel like a part of the community? Do the people feel grateful? Do the children feel grateful for the meals? Or do they feel as if they're a problem that has to be solved? Time. Do fast food prepared meals offset the experience of sitting in real time to eat meals prepared by an on-site staff? Are mealtimes something to get through or an occasion for community? And that's really the kind of question that we ask about care all the time, and care and time, always. Anti-hierarchical. So, how do you overcome the stigma of being the student who needs to eat the school lunch? What happens to your sense of equality, of dignity, of gratitude under these circumstances? And does this produce vicious or virtuous circles of care? I'll quote Principal Leisha Burns again. Since voicing concerns about issues with the school lunch, Burns said she was getting feedback that her kids were simply ungrateful. To that, she has this message. Our children in our community are very grateful, and they are also taxpayers. The children that we are nurturing will go on to be taxpayers. If we invest in this now, the likelihood is that as a nation, we will be stronger because we will have children who understand the importance of investing in people who are vulnerable. So if we go back to this question of democratic, it's a really interesting question. Is it better to have a national food company making decisions about what to serve for school lunch? Or is it better to give this decision back to the people in the locality who are familiar with the needs and tastes of the people in the community, who can hire people to do the work, who can feed the community with leftover meals, who can feed the pigs on the farm? And how can an education minister say that he knows what the taxpayers want, when in fact some taxpayers probably do want this alternative frame for lunch? Sorry. Wait, I've lost my page. Well, Kelly, you lost your introduction. Now I've lost my page. Let me see. Where did it go? Here it is. So I'm afraid it's too obvious what I would say as the model of providing locally prepared, culturally sensitive, community involving, gratitude inducing, common meals sensitive to diverse food practices for everyone in the school. That's a better choice. So in short, caring economies require that economic judgments take place in a context of a plurality of values and points of view. And they're less likely to become bad care, these decisions, when we do it this way and when we think about these questions. Note the benefits beyond the cash: less wasted food, more connection with the community, more local jobs, less stigma, better relationships. But caring economies are not enough, and so you'll allow me a few minutes to insist upon this point as well. Then our question becomes how to make such decisions about which other values to insert in our thinking. Now, experts can offer their views and provide sophisticated analyses of what it's like and what's happening in an economy when care-friendly policies are adopted. For example, Karamu in Turkey recently did a study that demonstrated that increased spending in early childhood care and education is a way to improve the quality of the economy overall. But at some point, there are always going to be value judgments unless we simply stick with the idea that what's profitable or returns on investment more is what we're going to be considering. Now we return to the question of these shifting moral understandings, to use Walker's language, and the powers that be, and the powers that could be to make these decisions. Who should make these decisions about values and how? Walker's transparency test suggests that every affected position, every story, every possible outcome, every person who's affected, either as caregiver or care receiver, needs to be included. The point is that we need to create political institutions that match our commitments to care, to force economic judgments that get it right by recognizing that there are other values that we need to enforce as well. Electing someone every once in a while is not how citizens need to be engaged in public discussion and decision-making. So we can start from asking what political institutions engage in real discussions of questions. This takes time. Citizens can be invited to participate even at random and paid for their service to discuss deep questions in a real way. One of the issues that people sometimes talk about here is, well, you're surely not saying that people shouldn't work. No, I'm not saying people shouldn't work. People should work if they want. But it's also the case that we might be able to think about people participating as citizens as making as equally a valuable contribution to society as being in the paid workforce. People sometimes talk about a universal basic income. And I actually prefer to say what we might want to think of is a universal participation income in which people, because they are engaged in care relationships, either as caregivers or as care receivers, and giving us information and feedback about what care is working and what not, because people are always engaged in care relationships, we should count that as a contribution to society and reward it accordingly. We can also use technologies to better affect them or using them. To drive, right now, technologies are mainly used to generate income and to drive people apart. But they could be used to gather information, to gather ideas, and to gather data so that people could make better and more informed decisions if they wanted to. And we might want to come to appreciate that there are ways to achieve consensus without simply voting up or down. And it may be useful in small meetings, even in larger assemblies, to say, we are going to not use voting on this important question. We're going to use a form of consensus. And people can disagree, but they can still say at the end of disagreeing, I disagree with this, but I think I see your point, and I'm not going to block the consensus that seems to be forming that we go forward in this way. If you've ever been in a consensus process, this is what happens. It takes a very long time, but eventually, if you start from common goals, people are much more likely to do that than to resort to the 30-second time bite about soundbite about we have to make sure that we spend the taxpayers' money more wisely. So there are lots of proposals out there at the present about how to achieve these ends. Is it possible? I don't know. But I am pretty sure that a commitment to democratic plurality, to allowing many ways to care and be cared for, are the key to allowing us all to flourish, and to stop those who think it's fine simply to move fast and break things. So here is a simple final thought about caring, thinking with care. Always remember this contrast between an approach of Homo economicus and Hominis curans. In The Handmaid's Tale, Margaret Atwood puts these words to the mouth of the commander. Better always means better for some and worse for others. Whereas Paul Wellstone, a senator from Minnesota who tragically died in an accident while he was campaigning for re-election, put it this way: we all do better when we all do better. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Joan. Thank you for the care that you took to spend time on the internet looking at the school lunch issue, which is a dark place. And I really felt that. I have 4 children. It's affected us in different ways for each of those children. And yeah, I really felt the care that you took to connect with where we are and what's likely to resonate with us. So thank you for that. I could talk to you all day, but I have a responsibility to our guests and our speakers here. So I'm not the respondent. It is Dr. Joni Angeli-Gordon who will speak first. And I found my introduction for Joni as well. Dr. Joni Angeli-Gordon is Ngāpuhi, Ngāti Whātua and Te Roroa, and she's a Kairangahau Mātua or Senior Research Fellow at Te Manawa Haukura Rangahau Centre at Te Wānanga o Aotearoa. And her research weaves kaupapa Māori, Indigenous child development, Māori mindfulness, educational psychology and placefulness to explore what it means for mokopuna or grandchildren and whānau, larger families, to thrive in lived embodies in intergenerational ways. She centres aroha or love as praxis. Her current projects include tupuna parenting, developing the aiōpipi, and the development of a Māori tau child development model grounded in the states of Māori. So there's really, you can really see why we've asked Joni to respond to Joan, and to ground her talk here in Aotearoa and to bring her own expertise and thoughts around care and child development to you all this morning. So I'll hand over to you, Joni. And I think, let me just check what happened with the slides, because we did have Joan's slides on here too. So you can have a quick review, everybody. Be tested on that later. And there's the references. That's your reading list this week.
Tōtahi nei, me mihi ka tika ki te whare. Kia koutou e hui mairungi tēnei o ngā kaupapa, ki ngā kaiwhakarite o tēnei o ngā kaupapa, ia ta whakairo kia rere pai tēnei o ngā kaupapa. Tata ki tō tātou ngākau, e whakatinana ana i ngā mea e ngākau nui ana ki a tātou katoa. It's a real honour to be able to respond, and I feel really humbled. And I'm kind of prefacing it by saying these are my lay ponderings, because I have just recently, just in the last winter gone, participated in the Community Economies winter school. So it's only just recently that I've gone, oh, actually I think the work that I do is around this. So I didn't realise that until just a couple of months ago. So since then it's kind of been a flurry of thinking and aligning and realising where the resonance in my work are in relation to the beautiful work that you all do in this space too, and considering it from my particular lens, my particular flavour as a Māori woman who looks at Māori stuff and thinks kids are way better than adults, so that's what I look at. Yeah, as mentioned, I am at Te Manawa Haukura Research Centre. I love it. I've got a full-time permanent research position, which any of us who are in social sciences knows that's like, honestly, it's amazing. So I'm just like, still every day I'm like, oh, this is the best ever. To be able to do this, just think, read and write all day about things that matter. I have a background in teaching though. I was a teacher for 11 years in mainstream and kura kaupapa Māori, Māori immersion schooling. And that's and children have always been what matters to me most. That's what's always called me to look at and think about and theorise about and write about. So just to start off with, if any of us were teenagers in the 90s, like me, will know, you know, Massive Attack, you know, we're all a bit alternative and love is a verb, love is a doing word. You know, we know that, I don't know. It's also the House like song, if you like the show House. But there's something in that really resonates when thinking about the idea of aroha. When I read about care is one of those little parts of the idea of aroha, and in my particular way, thinking of it as a radical act. You know, simply existing as Māori is radical. And so I've got a couple of poems. I'll start with a poem called Rewilding Aroha, a radical ceremony to return to aroha. I've been told more than once that Māori didn't know what love was until the missionaries arrived. But tell me this, why do we have the word then? Why does it stretch like a waka across the Pacific? Aloha, ofa, alofa, sailing through languages older than colonisation. Our love wasn't a gift from the settlers. Our love was colonised. The way we cherished our children, the way we loved each other, men, women, all genders, with reverence, balance and belonging. The way aroha means service, means commitment, means a sacred duty to uplift, protect and honour. You may have tried to reframe our love into obedience, tried to silence its rhythms with shame, convince us that we would still be savages, albeit noble, if you hadn't interrupted our savagery. But let me be clear. I will pry your melaninless, knobbly fingers from my love. Melaninless is a paradigm, not an actual skin colour, FYI. Thus, I present the ceremony of return to aroha, untangle how we've been told to love, 1. 2, reworld our aroha, and 3, repeat. So that's kind of coming to terms with what it means to re-own our ways that we love. And that's the whole project of care and imagining it and thinking about it and what matters to us through our Indigenous lens, thinking about what love is, what is the very basis of that. And so through that, that kind of idea of radical self-love, you know, as a way of thinking about, you know, we've got like the self-care and we've seen like the magazines, this is how you look after yourself. You know, there's kind of this like toxic positivity that is embedded in that, that's deeply deeply represented in a capitalist agenda, whereas this radical self-love is challenging the substructures that tells me that my skin colour is wrong, that the way that I am beautiful is not a beautiful that is sold, that the way that we are, the way that our children are, that the language that comes from that comes out of the mouths of my children is not an acceptable language. So all of these are radically loving ourselves in ways that society tells us not to. So there's a reclamation and a dismantling there. And so the idea of a grandchild ethic really resonates with me. Mokopuna is a way to counter that and to centre on a concept that is encompassing, because yes, a child is a grandchild, but we are all grandchildren. We're grandchildren of our environment. And so when we have this special texture to our emotions when we think about children and grandchildren, so if we apply that to everything that we do, if we think about ourselves as grandchildren with a responsibility to everything around us, then we can start changing. How much time have I got? I've got a minute and a half probably at this point. So I'll quickly move through. So like Bell Hooks is my homegirl. Like I love what she has to say about love. So what she had to say, sorry, she's passed away now. But I've been thinking more and more about that idea of more than human and how it didn't quite feel good for me in some ways, and like thinking, and I'm starting to kind of ponder about the idea of land, water, sky, kin and kinship, and us within that frame, so that it's not human-centred, and it kind of takes away from our like wanting to just centre ourselves in all of the things. And even though the idea of more than humans feels like it's moving away, we've still got the word human in there. So how we move into that, and I wonder about the implications for that and care and how we think about it. And at the moment I'm writing a chapter on mokopuna rewilding. And I kind of like the term rewilding compared to decolonisation, because the word decolonisation for me, it feels heavy. As someone who's just laboured to decolonise my tongue, reclaim my language, to decolonise teaching, it's tiring. There's a weight in it, and so that idea of rewilding feels hopeful, and it feels loving, and it feels a fresh way to think about it. So I've made this sweet little ceremony, and started to kind of like explore what that could look like in terms of imagining and remembering a world that we want to be and want to recreate every day. The idea of time is really, really important, and I love that Joan had that in there. I was like, oh, she talked about time, I can talk about time too, because I'm all about rewilding time. So I've got one more wee poem to share with us about time, because the way that the Gregorian clock and time structures have been applied to the Southern Hemisphere and to superimpose my ancestral ways of knowing time have been really detrimental, perhaps one of the most detrimental in colonising things, and so invisible, and people don't even see them. So that's been really important. So I finish up my tiny bit of ponderings with a poem to finish up, and it's a poem called A Stitch in Time, Unsettling Settlerisms. Time, down here, should be tethered to the seasons, tethered to migratory patterns, tethered to moon cycles, not a big gaudy clock in the lint-filled belly button of London. What does the Northern Hemisphere know about when the kina are fat, when the piharo run, when the korimako sing a certain way just before the rains? Yet time radiates out from the epicentre of the British Empire. Its radiation settles into our collective bones, making us like puppets, moving micro-capitalisms, serving micro-capitalisms that gnaw at the roots of our relational worlds. So we forget. We forget our community economies, stitched with aroha, service, joy, collective benefit, wealth. But we're remembering, turning back the tides to our signs, or tohu, to pūrākau, or storytelling as timekeeping, to the sacred slow. Little plug for my tiny little research lab.
Kia ora ngā mihi. I love that there's poetry, yeah, and Joni just said this morning, have I read the room right? Is this the place I can read poetry? And on your behalf, I said, yes, definitely. Yeah, that was beautiful. And so it's so incredible with poetry how you can distill down, you know, an hour's talk into... Academics should do more poetry, I think, yeah. It's also my pleasure to introduce Ellie Tapsell, who is our next respondent. And I read Ellie's, I'm going to introduce you properly from my thing too, but before that, I read Ellie's master's thesis where she actually engages quite deeply with Joan's work and her own thinking as well. So I thought, what a perfect person to come and respond. So Ellie Tapsell, Te Arawa Tainui, is a research fellow at Te Kawa a Maui. Her work focuses on how governance and policy can better protect te taiao environment through te tiriti o Waitangi, through tikanga and care-informed relationships. She's the author of Caring for Our Special Places and Relationships, Guidance on Relational Approaches to Environmental Governance in Aotearoa for Policy and Decision Makers. And this is a resource designed to support policymakers, project leaders and decision makers to reflect on their relationships with mana whenua and the environment, and to embed care-based approaches into environmental governance. So much crossover with what Joan was suggesting today. Yeah, I had something else in my head I was going to say. It's gone out of my head. But let's give Ellie a round of applause.
Mess it up. No? Oh, tēnā rā tātou. Ai, ka mihi tēnei uri o Ngāti Whakauē o Ngāti Raukawa ki tēnei whare ātāhua ko te rau Karamu. O te rau ki te haukainga, e mihi ana ki ngā kai whakarite, kia koe Kelly nau tātou I huihui ai, so tēnā koe. Kei taku tuakana, e mihi ana, I o kupu ātāhua. Kia koe Joan. I'm fangirling. I feel really, really honoured to be here to speak to all of you, but also to engage with Joan because I engaged very deeply with your work when I was doing my Masters in 2022. And I'm going to start by talking about that because I want to acknowledge how influential, I'm looking over there, I'm not sure if that's where she is, how influential your work was on me and helping me to voice some of the concerns and ideas that I had about environmental governance and governance more generally in Aotearoa. So yeah, particularly the writing on a political ethic of care helped me to highlight an interesting care dynamic in Aotearoa, particularly that of the historic and contemporary lack of, or maybe we could call it, Joan, unjust care towards Māori from the Crown or from the colonial government. And not just towards Māori, towards their whenua as well, jointly. And, you know, despite that lack of care, there has been a continuous act by Māori and by Māori whenua to care for the Crown and to honour the treaty relationship, but also to care for non-Indigenous populations here. And so I guess kind of what I mean by that is there's been a joint exploitation of whenua, but also Māori communities for the sake of a settler state. And part of this also includes that Māori communities and our tikanga and our knowledge is working to clean up after colonisation, and that's happened in many ways for a very long time. In the legislation and policy space, which is kind of what I looked at more closely at my Masters, we can see this in the ways that tikanga often is being used to voice the lack of care in our governance system. So an example in the environmental space might be, even though I know it's being changed now, but te mano o te wai. So that was a policy that came in and used a tikanga concept to highlight the significance of water and also that we could protect it better, right? And in local government, we often see tikanga concepts being used in planning documents, and so a very common one is ki uta ki tai, which is a concept that helps to have holistic management of an area, so not just the coastal area, but also all the way up to the start of the awa, so catchment care, we could call it. And then outside of Parliament as well, tikanga is informing environmental care kind of under the concept of kaitiakitanga. And also during times of crisis, marae and tikanga are there as sanctuaries for the whole nation to support us in those hard times. And also in times of like national celebration, you know, we have waiata and haka, and we see iwi supporting us to unify us. And that care work is often unreciprocated or undervalued. And am I talking too fast? Okay. And we're currently, you know, experiencing that it's being directly attacked and devalued. So, yeah. And because of those findings in my master's and being able to use a political ethic of care to kind of think about these things, I was able to talk about the care work that Māori do as like cultural labour and cultural care labour. And the big issue that I had was that was happening, but there was an imbalance, and Māori don't have the political authority or power that they deserve, particularly given how much care we're giving. So there's a huge imbalance there. And I was able to use your theories, Joan, to really articulate that and also provide some recommendations for how I thought things could change in the policy space. So yeah, a huge mihi to you. And I just want to note what Joni talked about exhaustion. You know, Māori are exhausted, but we continue to care. And unfortunately, since writing my master's, things have changed for the worse. And the political climate is, actively removing te tiriti and tikanga from policy and legislation spaces. So those unjust forms of care that Joan talked about are very much happening here in real time. And yeah, it's quite exhausting, and my worries back then in the master seem small, faced with what's happening now. Despite this, and what I've already kind of alluded to, all over Aotearoa there are amazing pockets of what I would think align with what Joan has been talking about care economies. And for Māori, and it's not just Māori who are participating in care economies, but for Māori, tikanga is leading those economies and those relationships. And place, so whenua, connection to whenua, mana and whakapapa, kinship ties, and it's always hard to explain quickly big tikanga concepts, but those are the things that are motivating the work and not money. And thinking about what Joan said as well, they're local, contextual kinship relationships, and that's really important. And it's not about productivity, it's about being able to give a good service to the community. And in doing that, we talk about, it's mahi aroha, so it's not about the money we're doing it. Mahi aroha could be translated as volunteer work, but Fiona Cram has real beautiful work on it if you want to read more about mahi aroha. And she talks about it as being upholding the mana of others, expressing love and care for others and society, but also for yourself and your community by serving. And I think it's just a real beautiful way of describing heaps of economies out there. And yesterday someone mentioned Masters of Logistics when we were talking about the circular economy, and it made me think, oh man, I've never seen so much amazing, the Masters of Logistics are the people who run Marae and the people who organise tangihanga. If you've ever been to a kingitanga event and there's just so much food and so many people working together, or if there's, and a lot of those economies are not run off money, they're run off the ability to call up your uncle and be like, there's somebody coming, you need to go hunting and get some meat for us because we've got heaps of people coming tomorrow, And those economies aren't based on money, and they rely on good relationships, and if you're not part of those relationships, you probably don't see all of that work that's being done. Anyway, tangent. I feel quite strongly from this research that care theories are a good way to kind of reconcile between Western and colonial systems and Indigenous systems, because integrating ideas of care into our colonial political systems will help kind of allow us to better work together. It's hard to be in a good relationship with the Crown when their idea of care is very different to how Māori are trying to engage with care from a tikanga perspective. And there are a lot of caring values and concepts and ideas that Joan has talked about and other care theorists have talked about that feel very related to tikanga to me. Just to talk about Joan's discussion of bad care, or how to spot bad care, I found that really helpful. I love tools, I love frameworks for being able to think about things. But what kept coming up for me, particularly for the last point about democracy, was about misinformation and disinformation, which I see as a real issue for us at the moment for Māori. We've just had our local government elections and there was lots of disinformation out there around that time. And often the people who are sharing this disinformation about our histories here, climate change, te tiriti o Waitangi, Māori rights and authority, are one, in positions of power, but also using democracy as a way to uplift their kōrero, you know, talking about freedom of speech and those kind of values, when actually what they're saying is inciting discrimination, but also violating human rights sometimes. And so I wonder, Joan and anyone here, what do we do? How do we care through that divide in democracy? Because it's really affecting our social cohesion, and it makes me feel sort of a bit disillusioned by the idea of democracy, because, you know, if everyone gets to speak, what do we do when some people are speaking really loudly with false information? And how do we care for those communities that are being targeted by misinformation, because there are lots of communities being targeted, but then how do we care for our whānau who are being indoctrinated by misinformation, and how do we care across those spaces, particularly when democracy is being used to, is being weaponised in part of this process? And I know that's a big question, so you don't have to answer it, but it's just the big thought that came from your kōrero today, Joan. And then my last thought, to kind of end in a bit more of a nice space, is relates to how you talked about how good care is always changing, and I really loved that whakaaro and that thought, because it's very honest and it's true, and it also made me think about how far we've come already, and how better we're caring already as a global communities. And it also made me think of the seasons and how we can't always care the same amount in the same way during, you know, a year. In winter, there's a bit of seasonal depression, you know, sometimes we can't care as much as maybe we want to, and then in the summer it's different, and I think that's a real nice way to maybe think about how care systems will have to work. They're not going to be stable, and we won't always be able to care maybe in the same way that we are, and other people have to step up and care more, and that's probably a nice way of thinking about it. And yeah, that's me. Kia ora tātou.
I wonder, tech team, if we could have Joan back up on the screen, and if she wants to say anything. We've got a few minutes here.
For these really inspiring comments. Thank you, Joni, for the poems especially, and for remembering bell hooks. And I love this idea that we are all grandchildren. It's a beautiful way of capturing the fact that we're humans in a series of and set of relationships, and we are the grandchildren not only of other humans, but and I take this point seriously. I don't usually use this language of hominis courants very much. Kelly kind of inspired me to do it, but I don't use it very much because I don't want to say only humans count, really. Thank you for these beautiful comments. They're absolutely right. And I like that language you said, the toxic positivity of self-care. I think that's a nice way to put that. Ellie, thank you for your comments too. And I'm just thrilled to hear of all the good work that's happening in terms of more circular economies and caring economies on the ground. And you're quite right too that this is kind of a colonialist language that somehow we have to kind of get that out of there. But, you know, that's my tradition. I can't get it out of there exactly. But there is a way to make these languages more cooperative, and thank you for doing that. About the last point about democracy and misinformation and disinformation, I just put in the chat a reference to some work that's being done at Oxford University's Ethics and Artificial Intelligence. It's literally called a 6-pack of care. What they do is they start from the phases of care that I devised a long time ago with Bernice Fisher and myself. And then they add the principle of limitedness, of locality, of kami, which comes from the Japanese practice, actually. And so it's really an important, Audrey Lang, who's the person who's doing this work, has recently written a paper. I don't think she's published it yet, so I'm not going to share it with you all, but it will be published soon, in which she writes about the need for creating the possibility for community groups to evaluate false information and spread good information. But she also suggests early in this piece on 6-pack of care that one of the things that we would do if we were democratically organizing what happens on the internet is we wouldn't allow anybody to forward any message. If you want to say something, you have to say it. You can't reply. You can't hit forward. You can't hit like or dislike. All of that takes communication out of the capacity of people to actually engage with each other. And if we, Mark Zuckerberg again, if we were to stop all of that, we would be able to make it possible for much better communication to happen. So there may even just be tweaks to the way that we organize what's already available to us that would make it possible for people to engage in actual discussion with each other that might make it better. So the possibilities, once we begin to start thinking about these things, we'll see more possibilities for ways to make it better. So I'm a little optimistic, even though you guys are living as, well, I won't say that I'm not familiar with the idea of being disappointed in the current government and its rolling back of all forms of progress. So,
Thank you. Yeah. Hey, team, this might be a time to crack out our te aroha if anybody wants to stand up, and we'll start us off. Te aroha, te whakapono, me te rangi mai e tātou tātou e. There's a deep inhale, as we weren't sure if we were going to sing it twice or not, but we didn't. Thank you so much, Joan. Thank you for joining us via Zoom. I'm sure I can speak for everyone here when I would say we would love to host you sometime in the flesh. We would love you to see this whare that we're in, which is built around the local knowledge of this place, with the work of artists and a lot of care. And the care that both Joni and Ellie and yourself talked about was demonstrated in the pōwhiri when we were welcomed on, in a way that many of us have not had that experience before. So, yeah, tēnā tātou katoa. Thank you. Sit down, yeah.
my pleasure, thanks.
We're moving into a time of research reflection. So we're saying goodbye to our webcast whānau because we're doing an in-person exercise now. And we have I'm just going to share our slide as well. We have the great pleasure of having a seasoned facilitator to help us do that. So Diane Koch is in a role as Circular Economy Lead at Environment Network Manawatu, where she supports and coordinates member organisations and volunteers in their circular economy initiatives. This includes Palmerston North Repair Cafe, which is as well as self-organised stream cleanups for groups, and the Sustainable Living workshops. Di is a seasoned facilitator using participatory design, focused on experiential and interactive learning, so let that be a signal to you if you were sitting back in your chair. She strives to learn alongside Indigenous perspectives, focusing on weaving interconnectedness and remembering belonging as an underpinning to foster local resilience, reduce waste, and build circular systems of care and connection. So I invite Di up here and to take over with her prepared, interactive, participatory workshop. I'm just priming everybody for you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I do need to have a quick time check. Do I have the same amount of time or a little less? Okay, thank you. Feels like an extraordinary privilege to stand here. Ko waio. I'm tangata te tiriti. I'm here. I like to say I'm here because of Aroha, because this is my partner's motherland. I didn't know this was going to be part of my life story 10 years ago to be here. And at that point, I wanted to become tearful, so let me just get into our work. So my partner calls me the bag lady for a good reason. I'm always carrying stuff around. So I have the privilege of taking us into some time which is about digesting our learning, reflecting, tapping into the collective, scratching that itch which is about the marvel of who else is in the room and what do they bring and what other gems can I uncover and who do I need to chat to over lunchtime. But also, first and foremost, how do I just even know what to do? What's in my heart right now? What's in my head right now? And also we'll do a little bit light touch of what my body knows in this digestion kind of process. So in a moment, it's going to be what I'll call deliciously chaotic, which is because we're going to prepare the space together for allowing us to harvest from the collective. And, I forgot to say, sorry, my accent. No awherika ki te tonga au, naine noho ana hau ki horu whenua. So I currently live in a little village called Shannon, and I've been in Aotearoa for 10 years and came from the South Island, Golden Bay, last year to study at Te Wānanga Aotearoa in Papaioia. That was last year. Because I know that the ko-wai-o is important. So, okay, so the chaos piece is that we're going to move from sitting how we are into putting the chairs into a kind of a circle with this po at the center so that we can move in an agile way, because we're not going to be sitting on those chairs for that much time. So my request is don't go into any delicious, I like that word delicious, don't go into any delicious conversations. Just use the opportunity to stay with yourself and your thoughts and your heart. Get the chairs in a quick circle around the po and put your bits and bobs behind the chair if possible. Kelly, is it possible, or Dana, can I move this computer out of the way? Because I've got a piece of paper that I need to refer to. Or is it going to be tricky if I do that?
It's just all taped on.
Huh?
It's taped. The cables are all taped. Yeah. Is that all right?
Yeah. And if a microphone I'll need now here, so can I take one of these? Thank you. So in my heart, I just need to come into my...
Shut this if you like.
I think... sorry.
Sorry?
Is that on? Is that
Yeah, I just need to turn it on back there.
okay. Not yet, but we will. Thank you for that, yeah. Is that on? Can you hear me? You can hear me okay? Good. Just going to create a sort of a pathway to go easily in and out. That was extraordinarily fast. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to invite you to cast your eye on someone that you may have caught the eye somewhere in the day, but someone that you haven't yet met. And I'd like you to walk across to them, and you have to be fast, so someone else might be after that person. And find that person, and then we're going to gather in an inner and an outer circle. You know what I mean when I say that? So a concentric circle surrounded by another circle. And come and stand, still with, won't be the pose center, but come and stand around so that we have those two circles. So grabbing someone is the first step, and then positioning yourself standing in two circles. So it just means one of the two in the partnership stands in one circle and the other one stands in the other circle so that you're facing each other. Okay. So quick grab, no hesitation, just go for it. Okay. So the primary thing. Loud enough. Whoa. Te aroha.
Kia ora te whare!
Yeah, that's all.
Still not loud enough. There we go. Oh, you're wonderful. That's it. I just want to apologize because I know. I normally have a lovely tingly set of brass bells, but I've really recently moved and the house is in chaos, so I don't have the brass bells. And in order for us to very quickly move from what's going to be a couple of interrupted conversations, I think it might be, I had this lovely idea from Tricia that to get everyone's attention I could sing. I tried it and it didn't work. Because I thought you could then start singing with me. We could still do it anyway. We did Te Aroha just earlier. So when you see my hand raised, please raise your hand so that we then promptly come to a quiet. But before we go into our first conversation, I'm just going to invite you to be with yourself for a moment. So you can close your eyes if you wish, or you can put your hand on your heart and your belly, or you can just focus on the carpet. And I just want to bring your attention to your heart at the moment. And just a noticing, it's a noticing practice. Just how are you doing in this moment? You're not going to have to say it out loud. Just noticing yourself. Also invite you to notice what your mind's busy with. Might be have sprung with excitement into multiple directions. Just a noticing. And then a noticing of your body, how your body is right now. What your body may know that your mind is slow to catch up on. Thank you. The reason I did that and asked you to do that, and I'm sorry I'm interrupting you out of that now, is because we've had an enormous amount of input this morning. And so it's helpful in this moment if you just know where you are, so that you choose the opportunities to engage with that kind of care. So the first question, and there are so many ways to, just want to check something. The question is things that stood out for you from the sharing this morning. But you can reframe that however you like. Things that stood out for you from the sharing this morning, and to be in brief conversation with someone about it who's standing opposite you. And you've got a few moments, and then I'll do this, and then you'll just know you have to continue over lunch with that person if it was too exciting to stop. Okay, off you go. I forgot to, can you hear me? I'm feeling like the mic's not on. What's very important, because there's little time, is that both get equal airtime. And I'm not going to tell you when to change over. So just make sure that you each have a distinct moment to speak. And then I'll raise my hand when that round is done. Okay? Thank you. You can continue a little longer. Kia ora. The person on the outer circle, after a very brief goodbye to your and thanks to your partner, I ask the outer circle to move 3 people to your left. Three people to your left. Everyone at the same time. Outer circle, 3 people to your left. Right. Right. I wish I had those brass bells. And then I'm going to again invite a noticing, which is now your head might be even more full, your heart even more excited, your body, not just that noticing, but also it might be that your thinking is already changing. Your perspective is shifting. So come back for a moment to where you are, and then instead of using this time to respond to what's just happened, speak from just coming back to where you are, and then have a new conversation with somebody. And allow that shift if it has, if already your perspective's changing, then that happens. But again, make sure you have equal airtime. It's very hard. And off you go and enjoy. luckily, I've done this exercise often enough to lose that edge around feeling apologetic to interrupt you, because I know there's more to come. But really use this opportunity to recognize that there are marvelous people around this room, and we don't know who's here, and there isn't the time to do the proper whakawhanaungatanga that would ideally allow us to make those connections. So the purpose of the next exercise is to progress us into the next kind of place of where to go with our digesting and thinking and so on. So you're going to get a very brief moment to actually be back at your chairs. So again, a goodbye and a thank you and a to be continued, and to your chairs. Thank you. So now we have a little time to go into exploring the topics and themes around caring economies that you'd really like to engage in and connect around. So I'll say that again. Topics and themes around caring economies that you'd like to actively engage in and connect around. And so how we're going to do this is you'll see a number of marker pens on the floor as well as papers. And most of the papers will have something on the other side. It's just writing. We're reusing paper. And the idea is that you make concise a topic or theme. And the reason for it is that we're shortly going to lay all of those papers on the floor. And so that the writing size needs to be this size. I first wrote the word aroha, but then I thought that's putting a thought into people's heads, and I shouldn't. You can have your own words, so now I've gone and said the word. This size, okay? And the reason for that is that we're going to have a site map, and it's going to give us a quick way of looking at all the different themes and topics, and we'll go from there. So take a moment to get clear, and as soon as you are clear, then come and get the paper and the pen, because there aren't quite enough pens, and I'm just going to trust that it's going to magically work. And I was just thinking of one of my nieces. This is a moment of saying, when there's something delicious in front of you and you go, sharing is caring, because you want your turn. So bring the marker pens back when you're done, and just hold on to your own paper, though, for now. Okay, so get clear, get the paper, and the topic or a theme that you'd really like to engage in and connect around caring economies. Is that clear? I'm seeing some puzzled faces, I think. Okay. Oh, sorry. On your foot. So what is important is that you bring the marker pen back as quickly as possible. My ramble may have confused there, but just bring the marker pens back so that others can use them. Did you want to ask?
Yeah, I didn't understand that.
So the topic or the theme that might around caring economies that you really want to connect with people about and engage in. I'll say it again.
And I will go with another people.
You just write that word on here. You write the words. Yeah. So I'll just to make clear again. No, hold on to your paper. Just prop the marker pen. So the words that you are writing on the paper, just to give an instruction again, the word you're writing on the paper is to do with a topic or theme that you really want to engage in this whole the kaupapa of today around caring economies. Is that good? Okay. No. It can be a phrase. It just needs to be easily readable and concise. It can be words or a phrase, as long as it's big writing and easy to read. Yeah. Otherwise, just put it in and we'll work it out. What it is that you're feeling like you want to. Hold on to it. everyone done? Okay. Right, so now the next piece. It's all good. So the next piece is that we're going to put all of these papers on the floor so that we have a map to see what we have. So the first thing is just going to be to lay them out randomly. But as soon as we see connections, and now there are two levels that we do this. If it's exactly the same word, then we put them very close to each other. But we don't put them on top of each other because we want to see how many pages we've got. So if we've got 5 people, if I can just use one example, if you don't mind me. If we've got 5 people who've got parenting on a piece of paper, then the parenting pile becomes here, but we don't put them under each other because we want to see that we've got 5 people putting parenting in. If it's close to parenting, but it's a different word, give it its own little space, but put it maybe close. So we're going to be doing that together, so it's another moment of delicious chaos, and then we'll see what we've got. And then there'll be a next step after that. And so I'm going to really, when I do this, let's all be prompt because we've got to maximize the time. Okay, so let's do it. Lay out the papers and let's make the connections between the words. So this is a job we have to do together. And pop it on the floor, because then we can walk around and see. What might be helpful, actually, is to have everyone put their paper on the floor, and then a few people come through and start the process. Yeah. It's life. So everyone put your paper on the floor, please. The winds of Tafrimat, yeah. Having a say. All right, and then let's stand on the outer circle. Let's be on the rim of this, and then let's do the connecting. So if you feel compelled, you can start. But let's just not have too many of us. There we go. We've got grieving. I was reading that upside down. End of life caring. Creativity and care. Nourishment. So a few of you stepping forward would be helpful, and then let's just organize it, but not disability. So I have a feeling we need to do this in another way. So now that you've seen where your word is in relation to others, maybe just take your own word where... We're going to do this in a slightly other way. So what I'm going to suggest is that we just go into the next step and then organize as we go. So how this next piece works is that it's like a site visit. You have the opportunity to walk around, and this part we do in silence. So you get the opportunity to walk around and see the site map, see what's in the room. And then if we notice that there's something that could belong somewhere where it's exactly the same word, we can then make those shifts. But just a noticing, so walking around and seeing what's there. And then you'll see I'll raise my hand because I'm going to ask you a question. And then that's going to help you with positioning yourself. But in that process of walking around, I invite you to notice your response. If there's something, and it might be a thinking response, it might be a heart response, but it could also be a body response. And it could be that you're really drawn to something, or it could be that you're really activated, or even triggered, but you know, it's a range. But so I'm inviting curiosity around where you might want to begin. But for now, just do that, I guess, an internally unhurried, even if we're working with that Gregorian clock, but allowing yourself to take in what's here and to find your way into where you might want to perch for a bit. Okay, so off you go. I'm taking it from the fact that there's less movement in the room, that it means we've hopefully been able to see most of what's there. So I invite you now to do some discerning. And that is around, in this moment, where would I like to place myself? And it might not be something that I brought in. It might be that I brought in parenting and I find myself now wanting to work with nourishment. So we're allowing what the collective has brought in to infuse into just where I am in this moment and a conversation that is where I'd like to begin. And that discerning is up to you. And what's helpful is if we can cluster around wherever that word is. Now, if your group is a little too large around one word or one area, then I suggest you make it into sort of not more than about 3 people, because with the time we have, we want to make sure everyone has a voice, opportunity to voice, so 3 or 4 people. But it is helpful if we can see where the clusters of interest are, when we see what the collective has brought in. So before we go into conversation, we're just going to pause and see where we've landed in the map. Does that make sense? Okay, so find your way and choose a place. Just for this moment. Ideally, we'd have a big wānanga with a week to look at all of these. And just staying with the quiet for the moment, please. That's okay. Just so we can see where people land. And if you feel like you're pulled in 3 directions, sorry for you, make a choice, just for today and for now. Okay, rather than spending any time naming the clusters, we'll get to that when we get to the harvest. So what I invite you to do now is to, if you can, just notice, maybe just, if we can do a little count. Yeah, I see I'm getting tempted into that now. Let's just do a little count into, before you go into sort of smaller groups, how many people are around one particular cluster. You don't have to say it out loud now, but I will ask you to say it a little later. So just notice how many are sort of feeling like they're around where you are. You know, is it one, or you're out in a corner on your own? Are you, yeah. And then take yourselves into that conversation, and you'll have about 5 minutes, to be honest. It's not long. So, focus your conversation . Find yourself on your own. It's good. Two's plenty. Two's ideal. Oh, connect. So if your group is larger than 3 or 4, you might want to choose to make it into 2 groups around that area. So the reason I'm pausing you is to bring your attention to the fact that there's not a lot of time and you want to bring all the voices in. So it's, you know, this is like the juiciness for conversation is there, but let's make sure all the voices are in and maximize, think of it as speed dating, you know, that kind of concept. And then make sure all the voices are in so that you know where those conversations can continue. Because ideally now, it would be lovely to go into, how do we work with thinking, feeling into doing? But that feels a bit speedy. And although the time we have might allow us to go a little in that direction. What's most important at the moment is who are the voices in the room and what are people interested in. Okay, so I'm going to, with that in mind, go back into giving you a few more moments just to, as a group, be in conversation. Thank you. Is it okay to continue?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, that would mean it's 1:45, so I have to 5 to. Okay, so it is time to harvest from this group briefly. Okay, all right, thank you. Sorry, I just wanted to check in with you. Sorry to take you. You have 1 more minute. You have 1 more minute, everybody. 1 more minute. It's a little too soon to harvest, I know, but let's harvest what we can. So now we're going to move in a moment into harvesting from the groups. So what is it? And it's really whoever says you should do it, it's usually meaning when you point the finger at who else should do it, it might be you that needs to do it. But somebody in the group to just encapsulate, and you can decide as a group what those points are, but just to give us a little bit of a taster, appetizer of what your conversation has yielded. And then, will you help me, Kelly? Or maybe I can, oh yeah, that's good. So we'll have a roving mic to come to each group to then allow that harvest to come. So whoever's going to be in that group, when it comes to a next group, just raise your hand so we know where to find you. And then we'll give you the mic. But you have 30 seconds to decide who your voice person's going to be. If you can just decide that in your group.
And as soon as we see the first hand up, we'll begin. Whoever's ready, the first group. Right, we've got a group that's ready. Can I just suggest that you don't make notes? Don't make notes. Don't make notes. This is not, we're not interested in perfection here. We're interested in just whatever comes like as just off the cuff, from the heart, from the, you know, that's all fine. It doesn't need to capture everything. That would be impossible. So we just want a taste of what your group has been in conversation about, and we'll start off with Bex. Thank you, Bex.
Kia ora. Our group discussed connection, disability, the healthcare workforce and care work and health and ageing, and the way in which all of those are connected to each other, and particularly the unpaid care work that is needed for all of those areas.
Hands up a group that's ready next.
Kia ora tātou. We had quite a wide-ranging discussion from end-of-life care through to agriculture. And we talked a lot about grieving in various different aspects, and also the importance of ritual kind of came out as a core theme that we all kind of identified with.
Well, kia ora tātou. Our group was gathered around nourishment, promoting flourishing and well-being of residents or people, and we kind of talked about how alternative food systems and green spaces can influence the well-being of people, and I was interested in it from a promoting flourishing aspect about celebrating the wins. So these two amazing people are going to be producing some cool research in the next few years that we'll all be able to share. Yeah.
Hi there. We had end of capitalism, distress, disorientation, reorientation, reworlding, and energy. So there's a bit of a transitional, perhaps, trajectory there through some liminal space, the need to grieve and make space for turning away, but also to rest before we turn to what is new. And I'm just going to pass to David to share a little lunig.
Is this actually on? Doesn't seem like it's doing anything.
It doesn't feel...
We remembered Michael Lunig, Australian political cartoonist who has these characters, Vasco Pajama and Mr. Curly, and one of them in a letter said, "What's worth doing and having?" And Mr. Curly said, "Vasco, it's very important that you rest and feel your noble tiredness. Everywhere around, people are rushing and pushing down fatigue, and it's a poisonous thing."
So with rest in mind, something of hospicing the old and midwifing the new.
Kia ora. I'm standing next to some pieces of paper that say time, patience, time and care, perceptions and uses of time with caregiving. We spent the time in whakawhanaungatanga getting to know each other. That's basically all we did, because we really want to, I guess, illustrate that those are the things that we value in time, and just in that sort of perceptions and uses of time with caregiving, that how important it is to spend that time to get to know each other. So that's what we did.
Excellent.
Hello. We also just got to getting to know each other, but I just noticed creativity and care and the role of making, which is what attracted us, is adjacent to nourishment and promoting flourishing, and I think we would have got to a connection there, but we spoke about soil, how to care for soil. This is Hannah's master's, putting our hands into soil, which is what Sonia was talking about, and I was just thinking about what Steve and I were talking about yesterday, and making and caring for soil, which Hannah called the fundamental
source. Yes, that's right, the base of life. So that's where we were. Thank you.
Kia ora everyone. There was Trish, Thomas and myself, Bev, and ours was around participatory decision making. I don't know why I had to look down, there's only 2 words down there. And I think part of our kōrero was around disillusionment really in the current ways that it's done, the difficulty of doing it, but also the need, even when you can bring everybody into the space, ensuring that there's the follow through from the kōrero that has occurred. Was there anything? And just, yeah, how does, if we're shifting to a more of a care economy system, how can that also re-innovate so that that can actually get traction? Is that? Oops, sorry.
Kia ora tātou. So our group, we have a few common words in our papers down here. Aroha and love. And mokopuna features in most of our tiles down here. We spoke quite a bit, or a few of us spoke to mokopuna, and we have this beautiful word here, mokopuna tanga, as like a, sort of like a concept of making decisions based on outcomes for mokopuna. And we sort of just talked about how this is important for, an important framing for, recentering the purpose of economic decision making. If we centre mokopuna, then we're also centering, the next 3, 6+ generations, and also, I think, Danea, you had a nice point as well about like it also sort of going upwards as well into our responsibilities as mokopuna to our elders as well. And yeah, we sort of just, variously spoke to that, and also there was a last tile here, mokopono, aroha and reworld, and we sort of made a point about, mokopono and aroha being ways that we can lead to rewilding, or could be a guidance towards creating new possibilities within the world, but there also being tensions as well, to achieving these, from external factors as well. Often, community groups are always based on mokopuna tanga and aroha tanga, but then there is there can be external pressures as well to achieving that, and those were our kōrero. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou. We had a very small group, just 2 of us, and in front of us was consumption and investment. And I know they don't sound the most exciting topics, but we're thinking, what happens if you rework those very economic terms with care at the centre? So our conversations were about that, what that might look like in community. And for me, I'm interested in consumption and not wealth care. So how do we begin to reconfigure those things in meaningful ways? And of course, we've got no answers. So if anyone has, see us at lunchtime. That'll be great.
Kia ora tātou. Lucky last. Our team have papers that feature the word care, connection, or relational, and place. So there was a tiny sort of thread between 2 students and 2 people working, and recognising the role of place and having a relationship to place in order to provide the care. Anyone else?
Not quite. We connected around sort of childcare, caregiving, parenting. So we talked about, I guess, harnessing these beautiful concepts of care for the really relentless, invisible task of often raising children, and the harm this nuclear family concept has caused for a lot of families. Really centre to that for me, for us all, was I guess parental health and wellbeing. And also we kind of really talked about the role of how we can think about creating places and spaces and materialities that are health promoting and wellbeing promoting for that parental care, so it's not always reliant on individual people, but how we can create those spaces that can nourish that care without one person doing one thing all the time. So, yeah. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Oh, that was rich. Just a little taste. Felt very rich. And so I invite you now to just, in this conversation with this group of people that you've landed, just to close that moment. Take a moment to close with each other and notice if there are any thoughts that are now influenced by hearing someone else's korero from across the room that you wish you'd thought of and brought into yours. And all of this is to weave so that when we go out to lunchtime, we use our time wisely. We enjoy our meal and we use our time wisely. Where are the conversations we want to continue? So just to close, and then we're going to sing something to close. So, okay.
You okay with that? I'm taking enough of it. It's not captured in
Actually, that's a good thing to remember for the next time.
I've worked with some amazing ones, but not in this country yet. I do love one that's... I'm just going to throw it out there as a wish list, actually.
So it was... I always know this exercise has been successful when nobody pays any attention to me bringing it to a close. So as a way of closing, I'd love to. I've recently there's a song. So if you're ever in Papayoa, Palmerston North on a Tuesday between 12 and 12:30 in the city library, there is a time for waiata. And it happens every Tuesday, and the musicians are volunteers, and people who randomly come by come. And so this is a song that and it's the same songs each time, beautiful waiata. And this is a 660 song, and I'm hoping that someone knows the te reo words off by heart that can help with that line, but it's just the piece of the chorus. The Marae is my mountain, Aroa is my sea, whānau is my waka, and all of this is me. And if someone knows the te reo version of that, you can lead that, please, because I'm still a beginner. Who knows the song? Hands up. Not that song? Okay, well, let's just do it. I'm not a confident soloist, so I'd love it if you join. So, Mana is my mountain, Aroha my sea, whānau is my waka, and all of this is me. Mana is my mountain, Aroha my sea, whānau is my waka, and all of this is me. Someone want to do the te reo as our last? It's very similar. I mean, it's just the middle words. It's just the tears and the... I get them. Especially under pressure, I feel shy. Thank you, everybody, for your engagement, connection, sharing. We'll continue into having some delicious kai and ongoing conversation. And also, if you do need a little bit of rest somewhere on the side, I had a 3-minute nap here yesterday. When you received in this house, that is possible. So, kia ora. Ellie.
Okay.
Lunchtime.
It's not just a care symposium for us, it's like very caring space. And Joan, Ellie, and Joni set up so well for us that we weren't stressing. Like, it's a space in which you can say,
Are there many more? Is that everybody? Tēnā koutou. Lovely to have you back in the room. Hopefully everyone's satiated, had a chance to have a great catch up with each other and are ready to come back in to reconvene with this next session. We're in for a treat. We've got 4 wonderful speakers lined up. I'll introduce them in due course. We're going to think about how we communicate care through comms, basically, how we care through comms, and each of our speakers are going to take a different approach to how this might happen based on their own research and practice. So we'll have time for questions at the end. We won't take them during the seminars or the presentations themselves. If you can keep those in mind for when we get to the end, we'll definitely make time to have those. So the first speaker we have is Georgie Craw. Thanks, Georgie. Georgie is a historian and she has worked for the Waitangi Tribunal. She's previously been Executive Officer at Child Poverty Action Group, and she's currently the Wellbeing Economies Alliance Communication Lead. So I'll pass over to you, Georgie, and you're going to talk about using values-based narratives to communicate for systems change. Thanks, Georgie.
Thank you. It's such an honour to be up here, and I'm really glad to be sharing it with these wonderful wahine as well. So yeah, kia ora koutou, ko Georgie Craw, taka wingwa. I'm from the Wellbeing Economy Alliance, Aotearoa, and as we say, topic today is kind of using values-based messaging for systems change, and I'm trying to make it as kind of practical as possible, like a little insight into what we do. But you know, this is kind of, put it quite simply, it's like, what is this? It's how to not bum people out when we're talking about like the need for change. Like, so we can talk about the meta crisis, the poly crisis. We can kind of chuckle that at people, but we want them to be able to like act from a place where they can take action rather than just feel very unsure about the world. And so just really quickly, and I want to mahi to Sharon, who's in the audience, who I just found out has worked at the workshop, which a lot of this research comes from. And when Bex told me, I was like, oh no, I wish you told me afterwards, because now when okay, yeah. So to me, what values-based messaging is in a nutshell, it's kind of like, it's a way of communicating with people that aims to connect with them by appealing to your core values, you know, rather than just kind of presenting facts and figures. And so when it's done well, it can help people when they're presented with new information to just slow down their thinking and look to the kind of systemic drivers that are pushing whatever the issue is at hand. And it can help them act, it can help them do something. And so I've got this very scientific graph, which is here. Right, this is me, and maybe this is you, but like just swinging wildly between these two like polar opposites of feeling like, yes, a better world is possible, or oh my god, we're so screwed. And I think, and we were talking about this in my in the group that I was part of with like grieving, that there is a place for feeling like, oh my God, I'm so screwed, but we need more places where we can do that together in a really, embodied way or whatever. And I'm thinking of Joan and Massey and that kind of deep ecology process of being able to do that grieving together. But anyway, that's not what we're here to talk about. I'm kind of here to talk about the broad messages that we're sending out into the world, where people maybe have never really even thought that the economy is like relevant to them or anything like that. So what do we say that helps us move people into a space where they feel like, yes, a better world is possible? And it's like what you were saying, Kelly, with like that amazement of reading Joan Tronto for the first time. There is an alternative. It's so empowering. So that's what we're talking about. So before I do that, just a quick kind of who we are. So We All Aotearoa is a Te Tiriti-led, non-partisan think and do tank working to redesign our economy around the well-being of people in Te Taiao. We are part of a global alliance, and so we have hubs in 17 countries and counting, which is quite cool. And we define a well-being economy as an economy designed to serve people and the planet and not the other way around. Okay, so why does this matter? Like, why is it important what we say? So, like we're already talking about, these kind of dominant narratives are like the water that we're swimming in, and they can really shape what people feel is possible and how we can act. So you see this everywhere, and I think especially in politics. Far-right politicians are really good at kind of activating and triggering feelings of, fear or resentment, which shifts how people think, and we're trying to do the opposite of that. Oh, sorry. We're really trying to surface pro-social values, which help us, like I say, slow down and look at things through a different lens. And so for me, the real kind of value of this type of communication is that it helps us lift our gazes to see those systemic upstream causes. And just a quick note, I think the care economy as a frame is already, or the caring economies as a frame is a powerful starting point for this kind of communication, because right at the beginning you're putting, a value of care centre in the whatever story or narrative that we're talking about. And I think it's really helpful when we contrast kind of this school with something like degrowth, which, I believe in degrowth. I think that's the way we need to go personally. The Wellbeing Economy Alliance doesn't talk about that so much because it's so much harder to communicate to the general public about that idea, because you kind of automatically run headlong into this, Sharon's nodding, which is, thank you. You run headlong into the barrier, that dominant narrative which is out there. It's like economic growth, GDP growth is the way that we prosper. And when you say, actually, we need to degrow our economy, people are just they're scared of that idea. It doesn't make sense. Absolutely not. So, we want the general public to be questioning that need for uncritical economic growth, but we're not going to jump straight into something like degrowth. So how do we do it? Well, first of all, let's talk about some of the other dominant unhelpful narratives that we're up against. And so two of the most common, and I should say, I missed a slide, but I do want to mihi to the workshop. I've already done that, but I missed a slide. Yeah, so this comes from some research from them. It's a narrative briefing paper, and I've got it at the end, and I can send it to anyone. So two of the most common narratives about the economy that are out there is that it's like a machine. And so it's a machine, it's ticking away somewhere else, it's got unchangeable formulas, but they're scientific and they are true. And the other one, which kind of is hard to reconcile, but is that the economy is a force of nature. And so in both of those narratives, it's the economy is seen as something that is just beyond our control. It is like that, and there's nothing we can do to change it. But these kinds of narratives hide the choices that people have made, both in the past and in the present, that shape our economy, that make it how it is. So, an example of that is the kind of dominant narratives make it really hard to see how colonialism continues to create wealth for some and poverty for others. Another dominant frame is the bucket economy, where the kind of national economy is seen as a container that people put resources into, and take money out of. And so obviously in that narrative, all other types of work and contribution are ignored and not valued. And it's also kind of sees the economy as something that's really closed. So you're not meant to take, in this kind of narrative and this lens. You're not meant to take out more than you put in. You're not seen as a good citizen if you do that. So those are some of the narratives that we're really up against. But it's not all bad news. There are actually some helpful mindsets, maybe not narratives so much, but mindsets that we can tap into. So the research has shown that actually when you get down to it, most people value community over individualism. They also value nature more than money, in terms of like money is, we do believe on the whole that money is just like a means to an end, sorry. And people also understand that the status quo isn't working, which means that they're open to change if we can communicate that in kind of a helpful and credible way. So how do we do that? What are some of the helpful narratives? I've just got time to kind of very whirlwind go through 3, and this is probably my favourite one. So it's the economy is a product of design and it can be redesigned. And if that's kind of our one message that we're pushing at the Wellbeing Economy Alliance, it is a product of design. It's not an unchangeable natural force or a machine. It's a product of design and it can be redesigned. And I love it because most people have never heard of it before and it's actually really empowering. And there's kind of like a little beauty to it. I think it kind of opens up a little gap in people's minds of like, oh, if it's a product of design, we can change it, but it should be a good design. Like what can it look like? So yeah, and then from that point you can kind of begin to talk about how the economy that we design, the good economy that we could design, should serve us and not the other way around. We don't have to be in service to an economy that is harming all the things that we kind of love and care about. The second one is a public good narrative, and we use this one quite a lot. And in this narrative, you define economic success as an economy that meets everyone's needs and can create, so people can live meaningful and fulfilling lives. And I think this one's quite good at shifting our focus away from that kind of endless, uncritical growth idea towards, getting people to talk about the role that our public institutions can have in caring for people in the environment. And then the third one is a strengths-based narrative. And this really highlights the strengths that we already have, especially in our communities, and it highlights what's already being done to kind of centre economies, around economies that are centred around well-being. And then also because you're talking about like the strengths that people hold or that we hold in our communities, and you're emphasising human actions, it really avoids that kind of fatalistic narrative that I was mentioning at the beginning, that this is just how the economy is. So this narrative comes from the workshop, and we can all contribute and be in service to our communities by sharing what we have, our skills and experiences. Our democracy is stronger and our economy is healthier when there's room for everyone to take part. And I didn't have quite enough time, but this one kind of leads into the idea of economic democracies. Like people need to be able to feel that our economy does actually reflect our values. So it really plays into this idea that we were kind of talking about before, but don't have enough time really. But this is the briefing paper, and I'd really recommend people take a look at it. I can email it to you if you like, but it's available on our website. And kia ora koutou, that's my email address. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgie. Wonderful timing. Sorry, I was trying to make eye contact with there, but you were all over it. I didn't have to worry in the slightest. Thank you so much. The really provocative thoughts there about how we might rethink and open up the brain space to rethink what the economy might be and could be going forward. Delighted to introduce my colleague, Deanna Hammy. Deanna works with me on a project we got some funding for last year. I might talk about it a little bit in the next session, but she's a wonderful colleague to have on board in the project, looking at how low-income families are managing with non-standard labour and how they basically cope with their home life, the care life, and their sort of socio-reproductive lives that has to happen in and around this kind of challenging work. And Deanna, myself, and Mary, who's down there as well, have worked together quite closely. Deanna is soon to be a newly minted PhD in the School of Psychology any day now. Very well earned, and we're much looking forward to celebrating that with her. Deanna is going to talk to us today about her doctoral research, and the title we've got for Deanna's work this afternoon is Storying Realities and Visual Methodology. So I'll pass over to you, Deanna. I don't know if you'd like to stand here or sit down, but I'll pass over to you.
Thank you for the applause. And thank you for reminding me what my title was. I'm pretty sure I kept it quite broad to give myself wiggle room. But I am talking about my PhD and about how I came, well, kind of. I guess it'll be easier to just do it. And then you guys will kind of get a sense of what I came to during that. But as my PhD was on intergenerational trauma, but on my own, understanding my own experiences of trauma, why my childhood was the way that it was, and how it was passed down to me through the generations. So on that journey, even though the way I communicate now is about how to communicate that journey, when I was going through the journey, I was just reflecting on this actually. Using art and storytelling, it was my way of processing. It was my way of caring for myself. Because I needed to get it out, I needed to express it. And now I've gone to the point where I use it to then communicate to others about that journey. And I was just talking over the lunchtime, and a couple of mahi waira practitioners who I love, they've been really good teachers to me over the last few years. They tell me a lot, actually, that my life is a koha to others. And so that's what this has become, what my PhD is. It was for me, and now it's a koha to others. So I'm just going to tell a story, and I will get to my slide before we start. There we go. Oh, no, not there we go. I pressed the button. Oh, thank you. So I'll tell a story, and then see what happens afterwards. This is the story of Hinengaro. She is the keeper of the seeds that were passed down to her. These were the seeds that made me, her mum whispered in her ear as she placed the seeds in her little hands. Keep them safe and nourish them. Never let them go. Her father came next. These are the seeds that made me, he said as he added them to the pile in her hands. Keep them safe, water them every day. Never let them go. She kept those seeds so close to her that over time they became a part of her, embedding themselves into her being. They first took root in her head, and as they grew, she could hear voices speaking into her mind. At first, the voices were quiet, barely a whisper in her head. She couldn't quite make out what they were saying, but she knew that they were there. As she grew, so did the voices, growing louder each and every day. Over time, she realized the voices were echoing what those around her were saying. The screaming from her mum telling her that she was useless, that she wasn't good enough, that she wished she was never born. The voice of her dad, though, never showed up. A deathly silence is all that was there. The silence of the seeds he gave her, a reminder of her unworthiness, that she wasn't enough to keep him there. She looked at the rest of the seeds in her hands and said, "So this is how I make you grow. The voices around me will nurture you even more, and I will never be alone." Then she placed the rest of the seeds on top of her head, doing as her parents said. If these seeds become a part of me, she thought, I am doing what I was told. I'll bury them deep in my mind and never let them go. That little girl grew up, and each day those seeds too grew more and more. The roots wrapped around her brain, her throat, her heart, diving deep into her soul. The stories the voices narrated travelled throughout her being on repeat. They were told. The voices told her brain to hate herself. The pain was all she was worth. That home wasn't a safe place to be anymore, to run away from the hurt. The voices told her heart that she wasn't loved, that she belonged in the dirt. The voices told her throat to be quiet, don't speak. It's not safe to make a sound. No one cares what you have to say anyway. Keep your words bottled down. Years went by, sweeping past in a flash, and suddenly Hinengaro had grown into a woman, and all those seeds had bloomed. She was now surrounded by thorns and vines, held down in a dark cocoon. She looked all around, and all she saw was darkness. Darkness was all she knew. She had spent so long away from her body, listened to the voice of the seed as it spoke into her mind, that by the time she came back, years had already passed by. She looked around her, and black was all she could see. Her feelings were no longer even there. No emotions, no thoughts of her own, no idea how she had even gotten here. This must be how life is supposed to be, she told herself. So I won't move from here. Day by day, this is how she lived in darkness, surrounded by the plants she had nourished from seeds, now her confidants, her greatest friends, closer to her than family. One day, though, she opened her eyes and noticed something different about the dark. There was a speck sitting there beyond her cocoon, peeking through the gaps. A bright whiteness she hadn't seen in a long time. It sparkled at her, teasing her, telling her to come take a look, to reach out for it and grab it and see how it could change her world. She waited and watched, wondering if it would simply go away if she pretended it wasn't there. Try as she might, though, she couldn't ignore it. It was just too bright to bear. So she sat up and moved the branches and vines out of her way, intent on making that light disappear. Not knowing that those first steps beyond that cocoon would be her last time there, that they would one day disintegrate, return to the earth to be transformed into new life, that to make that little bright light disappear, she would flood the world, her world, with light. And instead it would be the darkness that would leave, with not a single trace left in sight. I just need a break. I always find it, I have gotten to a point where I can, tell these stories, and it's still quite a caring activity for me in expressing it. I'm feeling like I'm being too casual right now, but I'm just going to talk, and we'll see what comes out. Well, I was reflecting a bit on care and what that actually means, and a lot of it for me, in order to survive from the caring for myself, there was a lot of dissociation, and that can be viewed as something not great to do, but it helped me to live, it helped me to survive. So that was an act of care for me. And my understanding of care, what it meant to be cared for, was informed by my world around me, by my parents, by my family. But then as I got older, the wider world, especially when you start recognising what it means to be Māori in this space. And it's like, what is care? If I'm not receiving care from these spaces around me, how do you give care to yourself? And that informed how I understood love for myself. And I just didn't. I didn't love myself. I didn't know what that was. And so it's interesting, I guess, how this morning has informed. It's like I'm just reflecting more on care in my own personal worlds and what that actually looks like, how it manifests in your everyday lived reality and lived experience of it. And care for me was surviving. It was just surviving because I didn't know anything else. And I think, in telling... I guess when we're trying to get it back to the actual point, when we're communicating research and communicating what it's about, when you're taking someone's stories, it's important to remember the life in them, the tears in them, the blood in them. It's what's in there. How do I make sure that when I'm going out with this responsibility, going out there and I'm doing justice to it, I'm honouring the sacredness within it. And then I think, through telling those stories and honouring the sacredness in it and make sure that you can capture that power within it, you can reach the hearts. Because I do find that storytelling in this way, it gets to the heart. And you get to the heart, and I believe you can change the mind, you can change a lot. And so, yeah. That's where I've come to. That was just a random wānanga. But yes, thank you. Kia ora.
Thank you so much, Deanna. Incredibly powerful and really affecting to hear you. And thank you so much for sharing that with us. I'm sure it doesn't get any easier, but it is a gift that you have and you want to share with us, and we receive that, and we thank you for taking the time with us to share that today. I thought it was interesting how the idea of care for self sometimes means disassociating from things, which seems to have come across a little bit in both talks this morning so far. So Really interesting. Anyway, I'm holding up other people's time. Next up, we have Swarnima Kriti. Thank you, Swarnima. Swarnima is a PhD student working with Kelly on our Transitioning to Caring Economies project. Swarnima is working on her PhD, which is looking at the role of care and commoning in post-development practice using 2 case studies, one here in New Zealand and one in India. I'll pass over to you, Swarnima.
Thank you. Thank you, Deanna. I think first, just sharing what you shared, and I think in this presentation, I think you kind of set a background for my presentation too, because I'm working with a group of girls who have similar but still different experiences, and we'll see how that goes. So hello everyone, I'm Swarnima, like Ash said, and today I'm going to share a story of how art became a way of caring in 2 villages in central India. And so where did it all start? As part of my MPhil action research work in 2016, I went for a fieldwork in a village called Mardapoti, and I had to stay there for approximately 10 to 12 months. And in the first 2 months, when I was working with women's self-help groups, these women came to me and they said that in some discussions that we're having a water problem. And I was like, okay, water problem, let's work towards it. But what is this water problem again? Is it infrastructural? Is it, what is it exactly? And then what I did was, to understand what this water problem was, I organized an exercise for the youth in the village. And I asked them to paint anything that represented water for them. And all these young women painted women carrying water, like you can see. And men in the village painted water as aesthetic, nature, not relating to labor. So then I also realized out of the discussions that it was not easy for women and girls to talk about water as a labor question out in the open. And I realized art was one way of getting this in the open space. Now we did, as part of my action research, end up scripting a play and hint towards division of labor in the village and perform that play in front of everyone. But I think in the process, something changed in me, and I did not leave after my MPhil. I stayed back and I continued working. I continued working with a group of girls there, and this group later called themselves Chinhari in 2018, and Chinhari meant to leave a mark. And for them, that was very relevant at that point of time, that we want to do something. We want to leave a mark. So as I continued my action research, it was COVID hit, and in 2020 we know that it was lockdown, and in the village we had expanded to another village called Dokal, and the situations were not very good. The lockdown, these are communities where there was everyday wage labor, and these are physically active communities who had to be locked up in their houses. Not very good for their mental health. And things were not turning out quite well in the households. And therefore, in that moment, I think Chinhari asked, what can we do for each other? Because we can't meet in person. And in that time, there was one girl who started painting, and somehow everybody else followed. And that was like we were painting in our houses, but we were painting together. It was finding continuum in isolation. And that was how we held each other. Now the girls continued to paint, and after some time, they kind of looked at painting as expression, as representation, and it was like inner introspection of who are we. And if you look at the slide, you'll see that side talks about how the village life is. And these are girls who at one point of time thought their voices, their world, their surroundings, their culture didn't matter, are not things that people are interested in. But that changed into that, and that's what they do. They have a lake next to their village, and that's how they play. That's how they celebrate the tattooing system in their culture. And then to the right side is how girls also imagined what is the philosophy of their way of life, which I always get inspired by these two paintings where they, it's the plant world, animal world, human world, they're all interconnected. And as if this one represents how flourishing the world around us will be how flourishing we are, how joyous we are, and how joyous the world around us is. And this is how they represent female friendships and women's collectives, that we may have fragments in us, but we are not fragmented. We come together and we complete each other. So that's how they kind of said that we mattered and we're important. And I think that changed something in them. And that was in, I think, the same time when COVID was happening, schools were closed, and the girls started teaching the children in the village because, of course, it was lockdown. They had to help the process of education. And over the time, over 3-4 years, they realized that there's something that they had to do with education, and that they had to include their culture, their idea, their relationship with nature into it. And in January 2025, they inaugurated an open learning center called Hamar Srijanshala, which meant our abode of creative learning. And they brought education, learning, I would say more, learning to their culture and nature. And they used art and play to do it. So one of the instances, or one of the stories that I'll bring in is they do Pola. Pola is a festival where they celebrate the bullocks for their job in agriculture. And people make and decorate mud bullocks. But that's something that was fading now. So what the girls did was to reignite their childhood memories. They thought, let's get the kids together. And that's how they brought them together, got the mud together. They're making all the bullocks and the other toys. And they actually dressed up, did the festivities, did like the elders come together and pray to the bullocks, and then played with it. Now this was their way of connecting what we were also discussing in one of the sessions, Mokopuna, Roha, how they connected their ancestors, the present, how they understood culture for themselves, and the Mokopunas, the kids in the, and that was that was art for them, art as a way of caring. And finally, I think in this story, art has been reimagined again and again, but it has always been a way of caring. And it may have been a way to listen to the unsaid, to what was happening with water, with labor, to be creating caring commons in COVID times, or to be the inner introspection where the girls find their relationship with culture and identity and nature, or to then transform that into building deeper relations between the upcoming generations, nature and culture. Or finally, I would say to bring joy, to have your hands in paint, water, mud, and that changes something in you. And that's their experience of satisfaction, happiness, more happiness, I would say. So I think that's the journey that with them, I think I was sitting in the back seat, and as they were driving it, we all had together. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Swarnima. And I should have also said, the artwork from the project Swarnima has just documented is the basis of our beautiful agenda we have this afternoon. And Deanna did the design work. Very creative ladies, and very, very smart artwork as well. Thank you. Our last speaker is Dr. Bex Graham. Bex is a community psychologist with interests in issues relating to poverty, health and disability in particular, but I probably could add more to that as well. I think you've lots of different interests to Bex. She's a teaching fellow at the University of Waikato, and here in a position as National Chief Executive Officer of Parents of Vision Impaired New Zealand. and Bex will talk to us using Substack for communication and action. Thank you, Bex.
Oh, kia ora koutou. It's nice to see you all. It's always a bit nerve-wracking being up front. There's that temptation to just rush through your words real quick so you can sit back down again. Kelly asked me to talk about my Substack in relation, but before I get to that, I'm going to go around the mountain a little bit. I live in Hamilton with my husband and our 4 children. Our eldest is 24 and my youngest is 12. Good range, solid teenagers. Eat so much food. Oh my word. I undertook my PhD in social psychology through Massey, the Albany campus, and looked at food insecurity, in particular what happens in households where there's not enough money to buy enough food to feed everybody in the house, and what happens, and very qualitative, lots of just getting to know people because of the shame and the stigma that's around not having enough money for food. And it takes a little while of getting to know someone and developing that relationship for them your participants to feel like they can talk openly and honestly about actually what's going on inside the household. So that notion of developing a caring relationship is part of research. Post-PhD, I spent a lot of time on Twitter trying to get these ideas out there in the world, which is how I met Kelly and Sharon and several other academics who also had that same interest and same bent. And at that time, Twitter was a really lovely space for New Zealand connection and community. It isn't anymore. And most of us left Twitter. And that left a void, like what do I do with all these thoughts that I have? What do I do with these ideas in my head? At the same time, I wasn't able to get any sort of academic lecturing type roles, and the job at Parents of Vision Impaired came up. And my 12-year-old was born with a visual impairment, and Parents of Vision Impaired were the organisation that provided us with care that came alongside. The other organisations in the sector at the time said, oh, we can't help you, she's not blind, so we can't give you any help. So, okay, I don't know anything about this. And the current National Executive Officer retired, and there was a vacancy, and I'd just completed my community psychology training and internship and registration, so it was a great place to step into. In terms of the work I do, being a community psychologist, that academic background, there was still that need of what do I do? What do I do with this stuff? How do I talk about this stuff? Being someone who's not disabled but working in the disability sector, that sense of how do I elevate the voices of adult disabled persons? How do I honour what they've produced and the work they've done and the advocacy they've done so that I can stand in this place and continue the work for my child. And Substack started becoming a thing. And so I was like, oh, well, let's give it a go. Let's give it a whirl. And what has really surprised me is that on the one hand, it's felt really frivolous to have time to write. It felt like a little frivolous hobby that I was incredibly privileged to be able to put my thoughts onto the internet and send it out and have people read it. On the other hand, there is that sense of being seen. And a lot of the feedback I get is, thank you for seeing us. Thank you for talking about this. Thank you for making me feel less alone. And particularly, social issues are not a fun topic to write about. Like, there's not people queuing up at my door saying, oh yes, please tell us more about your take on our heavy social issues. But there's still a thirst and a need there for intelligent, reasonable critique, for someone who can take the ideas of the day and think about it a little more deeply than the clickbaity stuff that often gets produced. One of my most popular posts was when I was talking about the CUNT word and the way in which that had been used by white women in positions of power to justify their cruelty to the working class, and unpicking that nuance. Bell Hooks says it brilliantly: the rage of the oppressed is never the same as the rage of the privileged. And thinking about, how do I take this rage that I feel because of the oppression that I see and the oppression that families I know experience, and particularly in the disability sector, a lot of that is unseen, and a lot of that people don't really pay attention to. And so it's like, how do I take that and elevate these stories and these voices? And that really interesting notion about civility, and this idea that we have to be civil to one another, that we can't possibly be rude to each other, and we can't possibly use swear words because that is uncivil, while ignoring the whole elephant in the room of the way in which power and whiteness and oppression stomps all over people. So for me, this was just one way to push into that. And my headings have disappeared. Oh well, they weren't important. But while on the one hand it does feel like a frivolous little hobby, on the other there's actually a real need for that kind of intelligent, thoughtful critique. And I've shared this graph because often when we start something, there's just one person, there's 2 people, there's 10 people, there's not very many. And you can see there that very long, before it starts to decline, of me writing and putting things out there, and, a handful of people would read it. But it climbs. And I think I really wanted to encourage people who are thinking about this sort of thing, about what can I do, or what can I share, or is there a space for me to share what I think, is just keep doing it. Keep doing it. And even if there's only 5 people who value what you do, those 5 people matter. And sometimes what's important is those 5 people feel seen, and they feel like somebody else cares about what's happening with them. It's all right. My slides haven't kept their. When you translate slides into a new format, and it's taken on the source format, not my original format. So, Katie Pie. It happens. So thinking about, caring economies, thinking about particularly what was said this morning by Professor Tronto, and she had some really, really great nuggets in there, particularly, in terms of being a community psychologist, this idea of promoting flourishing. And so, as Georgie said, sometimes it feels like everything is awful, and that can be really overwhelming. So when writing, thinking about what are the things that people can do, not just this sucks, but actually what can people do about it? What are the actions people can undertake? Is it writing to an MP? Is it signing a petition? Is it just posting about it on social media? Sometimes those little things are important. There might be bigger things as well. And thinking about as well that when it comes to things like human rights, that there is a lot of work to do to explain what that means. That what does a human rights framework look like in practice, unpacking that. Sometimes it feels like I sort of repeat myself endlessly, but some of that too is that these are ideas that haven't really embedded into our society yet, that we're still trying to communicate the idea in the disability sector, for example, the refrain, nothing about us without us, has been around for a number of decades. And that refrain, nothing about us without us, was a way of saying that you cannot make decisions about disabled people and disability without including disabled people and those in the sector. And Professor Tronto didn't use those words, but she talked about democracy and participation and working together. And as someone who is non-disabled working in the sector, that refrain, nothing about us without us, how do I work alongside? And the same in terms of the work I do with being tangata tiriti and working with Māori. My organisation works quite a bit with kāpō Māori Aotearoa, so thinking about how do we, again, work together to support each other, to elevate each other's voices so that we're working with. And some practical ideas there, just to end with. These were the advice. Lots of people like to give advice. And the best advice I got was post regularly. So I can't post daily, but I can post weekly. So, carving out time, which none of us have, but finding some time in that busyness to just sit down and distill thoughts. And that's really helpful for me. It's care for me to give myself time to clear my thoughts and get it out and put it in order and send it out to the world. My inner perfectionism means that sometimes my posts sit in draft for too long. So it's been very good for me to, remind myself, post your imperfect posts. Doesn't have to be perfect. Doesn't have to be, have it all together. If you're on social media, linking your profiles, and the more lefty media we have, the better. So get onto it. But also that whole challenge of under consumerism and capitalism, there is limited ethics in terms of our consumption. Substack isn't perfect. There's some real negative things about Substack. I don't like it. This is the platform that I have available to me. I don't have any other platforms. I don't think Facebook is any better. So, sometimes it's about what is feasible and possible and what can you live with. I only have a small wee audience. It's very niche. That's sort of a very broad brush thing, and there's contact details if you want to get hold of me. Kia ora. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Bex. Really interesting to hear your engagement with Substack. I'm sure there's lots of questions. We have time. I'll just double check my time. We have time. We have a half an hour. Did I read that correctly? I thought my maths wouldn't be good. I thought my maths were off. So we've lots of time for conversation. Yeah. We just circle around. Everyone's up again for another round. I'll open to the floor for any questions or thoughts, comments, words of encouragement, or yeah.
Just for me, sorry if I haven't got your name exactly correct.
For Swarnima, is it?
Swarnima,
yeah.
In your work with the woman, how did the elders react to this other way of expression and even changing culture from what they were used to?
I think initially when they started painting during COVID, it was quite bizarre. Why are you doing this? It's because there's no productive, this is not productive, or this is not taking you anywhere. But eventually, when it started to transform into something that was more internal, and they could see it, that's more internal, and when they started to see that there's some kind of conscious awareness that they're building towards their culture, they started getting interested. And the school is something that they have set up, the Open Learning Centre is something that they have set up with the community and with their guidance, help and involvement. So they have, for the Open Learning Centre, definitely they're quite happy and have their blessings for it.
Thank you, Swarnima. Thank you for that question. Any other comments or thoughts anyone would like to share? I've got the ball rolling. Kelly's got the mic.
Doesn't have to be on topic.
Yeah. I was wondering with Substack, but I don't know anything about Substack, unfortunately, Bex, but you don't have a comment section, because that can be just open slather.
I have a comment section, but I moderate it.
Okay.
You know, so I have a very particular sense that even on my own social media, that's my social media, that's my whare. You're coming in to my whare when you comment on my posts. And I don't have to tolerate bad behaviour. And I'm not going to. I don't subscribe to this point of view that everybody should get to have a say in my whare. Because when I'm at home with my family, randoms don't get to come into my house. And they certainly don't get to be abusive to me. So why should that be any different on social media? Definitely love a bit of robust discussion. And I think people are more than capable of discussing ideas and disagreeing in a way that is robust but not denigratory. And I don't see why anyone should have to tolerate people being abusive, unkind, thoughtless, racist, bigoted, or anything on their page. So
Do you get a bit? Do you get a bit of negative stuff?
Twitter, yes. Twitter. I have a slide in one of my presentations and I put it up and I just click it and there's just like a whole raft of things people used to say to me on Twitter, which I find hilarious. Like, you know, I got my PhD on the back of a Weet-Bix packet, or I got my PhD in crapola, or on one of those something around the left wins with a beta cuck for a hubby. I'm like, what does that even mean? You know, so yes on Twitter, which is partly why I left Twitter, because you can tolerate a certain amount of it, but once it got taken over by Elon Musk, the abuse shot up astronomically, and I just thought, this is really unpleasant. I'm not coming on here to have this every day.
And just following up, I was thinking, Bex, of Joan's comment this morning that we should close off that response, application on those social media posts, that you just get to say your thing, you have your voice, your opinion, and that's it. You don't have the to and fro in terms of commentary. I wonder what you thought of as a thought experiment.
I mean, something I do for me personally, because it's so easy to get sucked in to it. Like if there's a social post and I comment, I never respond to any comments under my comment, because it's so easy to get sucked into pointless arguments. It takes my time, it takes my energy, it changes nothing. I've said what I said, that's that. In terms of allowing commentary, it depends. Like sometimes you know someone and they're genuinely asking, and sometimes it's someone you've never met and you're like, oh, that's starting to feel a bit weird. So, I mean, but yeah, if someone comes and outright, I'm just like, no, I'm banning you. I don't want to listen to you. Bye.
Wonderful. Any other comments or thoughts? Oops. Did a hand go up there? Oh, kia ora.
Kia ora. Got a question for Deanna and Swarnima about art. And I was just sort of wondering about, because I think you're both nearing the end of your PhD study, is that right?
In the middle.
Kind of, in the middle. So maybe you could both answer this question a little bit. I was wondering, what part will art play in your future practice or in your future sort of career?
I think in terms of how the collective Chunhari is functioning, art continues to play an important role. They still paint as art as something that helps them release something. And it's interesting that all the paintings that they do is sold out and the money is used for the collective. So it's the process that's important for them and not the product. I think for me, it's a similar thing. I have, in my personal journey, every time I've had a crisis in life, I have responded to it with different kind of art forms. Sometimes dance, sometimes music, sometimes theatre, and sometimes painting. And now I think I'm slowly going into yoga. So I don't know where it will take me, but I do want to say that it plays an important role in terms of understanding the process for me. Maybe I'll not paint, but I'll keep the process very close to my heart. Yeah.
Hello. It's a great question, because I've been actually asking myself, because I only started art for my PhD. And I realised I really, really liked it. But it is very much for me, when I'm in the flow, I'm in a particular feeling or emotional experience, then it can come out. So it'll definitely be a part. Like as a part of the project with Ash, we're bringing in like visual methodologies and things like that, and I definitely want to keep using it, because for me it was such a powerful way to express and understand myself. And I'm just like, man, if this did this for me, it would be great if it could do that for others as well. And it's not so, I mean, it's definitely interesting, I guess, getting the data from it. Like it's interesting what it says or tells you about someone and their experience, but the release that comes with the expression, if you can have research that is also healing for those that are speaking with you, where you see them walk away and they look lighter for it, then that for me is amazing and probably the most important part. So it was really long, but yes, art would probably, I see it playing a role of being a tool for healing more than collecting data. Yeah. Okay.
I'll jump in with a question for Georgie then. You talked a lot about communicating with values, but you also, with We All, I feel like are quite strategic with like sort of comms planning. You know, when you have a report come out or you've done a piece of work, and I know this is part of your responsibility in your role, I'm always really impressed with, I mean, I see it through multiple channels. Obviously, I'm interested in wellbeing and economies, so I'm your target audience, but it's working. Yeah, do you want to say something about that side of it, as well as what you're communicating, but how you use different media to communicate?
Yeah, nice. I'm really glad it feels like it seems like from the outside that it's strategic and like thought through, because we do. And I think, so Gareth Hughes is our director, and he's a really strategic thinker, I think. And the team is amazing. Like the work ethic of everyone involved and the volunteers, incredible. So yeah, that's great. But I do think we still are kind of battling with that, being really responsive and yeah, it's a tough kind of cycle to be in, hey, when you're trying to like market things and promote things or respond to things and get things into the media or whatever. But I think yeah, it's just like using the different social media applications that are out. So we're really big on like LinkedIn, and we've kind of started a little bit of Instagram and Facebook and stuff. We've got Pānui, but actually I don't think anyone should be spending much time on these platforms. I think they're really damaging, actually. Like, I think Substack's one of the best ones. It's my job, and but I have a real existential kind of relationship with it, because it's like, should we be trying to get people to spend more time on these platforms? No, we should be bringing people together, because this is where actually we will make the connections that will empower us to go forward. So we are also really strategic actually in so I didn't have it on our slide, but like one of our theories of so part of our theory of change is amplifying or creating new knowledge and policies, amplifying these kind of narratives of hope, but also connecting people and bringing people together. So we have kind of as much as we can in-person events around the country, so like casual kind of drinks and stuff like that, but also a regular, it's still online, but it's a bit more interactive, like webinars and stuff like that, where people can learn about, there's like an introductory one, which is Wellbeing Economy 101, and then if maybe you come along to a couple of those, and then there's a kind of like a supporters call, and people can really, there's an opportunity for them to also say what they are working on and what they might need or want, or, there's like these connections that really come from there, and I think that that's what's really cool about We All, rather than, that's the part that I really like about the job, rather than I've lost a bit of the love for the social media side. Yeah.
But it seems like you use it mainly for communicating that an event is happening or that a report, like something else, it's pointing to something else rather than being the thing that you're trying to get people to look at.
Yeah, to begin with, we were like, there's a real appetite for people to, we want to use it in an educational way. And then I just kind of feel like the more time I spend on, say, Instagram, it's like this, I think you call it like context collapse. Maybe you see something cool that's informing you about a different economic perspective or whatever, but then the next thing you see is genocide. Next thing you see is buy something. Next thing you see is your friend on holiday. Next thing, it's like, how is anyone meant to actually hold that in their minds in a healthy way and then move on from it? So, yeah. I think maybe they need a new comms person, because I can't. No. There is still a place for it, but it's. I think this is the magic. Is when people are in the room. Yeah. Do you want to say anything? But also actually Substack is a cool one, because I think it's a bit slower. I would think that we might move into doing more like a podcast or a Substack or something like that, because you are not just moving on so quickly and giving yourself, I think, brain damage. You can actually, I mean it. I think it's true. Yeah.
Yeah, so Substack is a newsletter-based thing where essentially you're writing a newsletter that then gets sent out via email. They have an app and stuff as well, which is fine. But the idea is that it's more long form rather than social media per se. And the same with podcasts. It's a more long form. So you're sitting with a topic, you're thinking about the topic. When I read other people's work, it's not like reading a social media post because there's more words, but also there's more thought into it. It's quite a thoughtful place. And I enjoy the range of art. There's some very artistic people who write creatively and beautifully, and it's refreshing to read that kind of creative energy.
Also I think on Substack, but also podcasts, my experience of it is you kind of feel like you're more in a relation, there's more a relational thing going on, and even though maybe it's like parasocial relationship, I've got that with a few of my favourite podcasters, but at least anyone listen to Maintenance Space? Yeah. I really feel like I know them, but it has changed how I think, and I think I have it has actually I've taken action from it rather than just consumed it. Yeah.
Oh, I'll answer the question over here.
Just wondering if you come across Blue Sky, or maybe there might be an alternative.
Yeah. We do have a Blue Sky. We have a Blue Sky account, and I think we've posted 3 things. And then, but it is great things. I think is it better for individuals rather than, I think it's where what I hear is where the lefties are hanging out, or is that right? Yeah, which is cool. Yeah, we haven't put heaps of effort into it. Yeah. Thanks. Are you on it? Do you like it?
I feel like this is the big social media show. I'm on Blue Sky. It's fine. It's social media. It's fine. I'm not... I don't know. You can spend a lot of time and energy, and there's no... You're not changing anything. You're not creating anything. You're not building towards anything. You're not generating community. You're not... So it's sort of it's a fun thing to dip into, but... I'm really conscious now around what do I want to be doing with my time and my energy, and what do I want to be building, and what do I want to be creating, and yeah, you know, there's fun times to be had, but I don't know, maybe I'm just getting old.
Not mutually exclusive. Anyone else? Can I ask another one? Sorry, Ash. I've got the
If you
microphone.
must, Kelly. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
One of the reasons we were thinking to have this panel was that, you know, this is an event that includes people doing research and academics, and then people doing on-the-ground community work and care work in both. And maybe I'm getting old, but I feel tired of journal articles. And it's just refreshing to hear the different ways that you guys communicate what you do. So maybe if anyone has any comments on that kind of research communication interface, including art, including newsletters.
I think we should all answer that. Yes. But I'm holding the mic, so I think that's actually a really good point, because as much as I still write journal articles and do research and do the academic side of things, it's not terribly well read. Like, you've got your nerds like me who are into that stuff, and it's great. But actually, a lot of people are really interested in these ideas, and they're behind a paywall for most of the population outside of academia. And so things outside of journal articles are a really good way to get the ideas out to beyond.
Yeah. So what I was thinking is some of our kind of like approaches, or the things that we're strategically trying to focus on, so there's like community wealth building and amplifying Māori approaches. And hi, Jack. Jack was one of the authors of a report that was the lead author was Matthew Scobie recently, around amplifying Māori approaches to the economy. So part of it is also amplifying like the great work that's been done and the great research. So this, I guess, is like an invitation. If you have research that you think is, because we need to make it feel tangible and like a better world as possible, there is an alternative. And so let's amplify where that is already being done in Aotearoa. So if, like email me. Email me your research and see what we can do. Yeah.
Hi. I feel like I have to say hi every time I get this. I think, again, definitely something I've been thinking about, the different ways to get research out there. For me, it's definitely about how do I get it back to my people, how do I get back to the people, especially because it is their stories, but they also want to know that there are others who have had these experiences, and then in that way can it create the safety for them to be like, oh, okay, maybe I can actually start expressing it as well. And so in art, there's just so many different ways. I've been thinking about like exhibitions, free exhibitions. I've been thinking about taking exhibitions around Marae. And that would be quite a cool way, I think, to like connect. And it's actually going back to them and bringing them together. These are just all the ideas I've been thinking about, so I don't know if it's particularly helpful. Yeah. So if anyone wants to take it, go for it. Getting out there. I mean, there's things like story maps as well, which are really cool. I haven't actually done it, but I've seen it, and it looks pretty cool. Just trying to figure out, how do I actually get what I'm doing to the people? But then in the same thing, you can also take that sort of dissemination and still take it to academics. I think it's a great way to get them to move from intellectualizing it into actually feeling it. So they can work for both. It's just, how you deliver it. It might just be different wording, but it's just, there's so many different ways to communicate beyond a journal article. And how do I do that? How do I get to the people, but then how do I get it to the hearts? So, peace out.
I think much of what I wanted to say has been said. But a couple of things that I think the Janari is doing is they bring out newsletters, and that's been an interesting way of getting their art and how they connect with the art out, not only to the research community, but also to their own community in their village. and their mothers would be very proud. Oh, you've come! See this? That's what my girls are doing. So yeah, that's one thing, and the other has been they've done short films, very unprofessional, not knowing how to make films, just taking up some AI tools to bring images and videos together. But I think that was still a way of passing on what they were doing and how they were, how they have also researched it. And yeah, when everyone was speaking, I was thinking of exhibition, and that's a wonderful idea. I think I want to take it back to them. Yeah, that's just from my side.
Sure.
Kia ora, everyone. Actually, I'll just stand up because I don't like having my back to people. Just to give a little bit of a plug for community research, because we are actually a platform for researchers to share their research, and we are open access. So if you've got research that you want disseminated out to the community, just get in touch with us. And we do collaborate with other organisations, so we could put together a special collection around economies. We've been talking about doing a special collection on art and design for social change. So, and Bev's had some experience in that space before. So, yeah, we're here to support the community. So, yeah, get in touch, and we'll be around at afternoon tea.
I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I didn't think about plugging you guys. There's like actually an incredible organisation that's already doing all of that.
Thanks, Kelly. Kia ora, everyone. I just wondered if it's probably a request for the organisers whether, with people's permission, we could get our institutional affiliations and names. So, like, I heard your request, and I thought I wouldn't know what your email address is or how to contact you, but I'd love to. So I wonder if there's a way of gathering together some of our contacts to help us keep connecting after today.
If anyone doesn't want their email shared, please get in touch, reply to one of the emails Dana's sent out, and then Dana and I can do a follow-up email afterwards and share a spreadsheet just with names, institutions and email addresses on there. But do get in touch if you don't want to be on that. Yep. Thanks, David. Great idea.
Great idea. I was just probably with time following up on that. Often we think contributing to policy making or policymakers is the way to go, and it hasn't really come through as a more radical sort of way of making change. I know from looking at some of the commentary on social media that people feel increasingly disengaged from those processes of making submissions and, you know, trying to get these organisational meetings and getting nowhere. And, you know, people have had long-standing relationships with ministries of different sorts, just really not getting any traction, feeling really disillusioned. I wondered if that's part of the sphere of work that you do, especially Georgie and Bex, or whether it's just your focus is primarily on the public, making that sort of more radical change, and actually that's more of a backdrop that's not worth your energy sometimes to engage with.
We have an ongoing project. It's kind of called like Blueprint for Prosperity or something like that, which is like, you know, what are the policy changes that we would want to see, and if we had a kind of opportunity like we did 40 years ago with, like, you know, the birth of neoliberalism in New Zealand, like, you know, there was just like a paper that was handed to Roger Douglas, like, here it is, like, here's the economic system that you'll, you know, and so we kind of we're doing that. But equally, I think, like, I first met Bex when I was working at Child Poverty Action Group, and we published a paper of yours about food security, but you were also more involved. And like, from my experience, what we've kind of seen is there is a bit of a disillusionment within the kind of that sector where we're, you know, the whole kind of systems change focus was on just trying to get policy changes across, because what we've seen is, yeah, you get it across and then it's just full, like, it's just ripped out. And so, yeah, definitely as an organisation, we are focused on trying to change the broad conditions that underpin it, so that you know, it won't be appropriate or acceptable to make those kinds of, yeah. But yeah, those are my very high-level thoughts.
There's a couple of things there sitting in there. One is knowing what the levers are that you can jump on to push change. And so in terms of the disability sector, the signing of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, or the UNCRPD, has been a really significant lever for change, because every 8 to 10 years there's an international monitoring mechanism which looks at how well is New Zealand doing as a government level of implementing these ideas about human rights for disabled people. And there's a very clear reporting process. And then the UN comes back and says, this is what you're doing well, but these are the things you need to do better on. So that is a long, slow process. It requires a great deal of perseverance and a willingness to sit in very boring meetings. Very boring meetings. Oh my goodness. And I think that is what people misunderstand sometimes about this policy work at that level, or at the legislation level, a lot, and at local council level. It's sitting in long, boring meetings. It's sitting through an AGM and voting appropriately. It's paying attention and being aware, and it's not fun, and it's not exciting, and it's not particularly social media friendly. But that's a really important work, and that is something that the right wing, particularly the ACT-leaning right wing, are very, very good at doing. They are very good at sitting through these meetings and at using these levers and pushing these changes through. And on the broad left, I mean, it's not as much fun sitting in an AGM as it is going on a protest.
Well, you're not getting paid to do it.
I'm not getting paid to do any of it.
Yeah, but they've actually got, if you've got the funds, you can pay people to go to these meetings, and you can pay people to sit through them and stuff.
So,
like
lobbyists
or whatever, they've got them.
Yeah. So the activism is a lot more fun, and it feels like you're doing something. But the reality is that if your activism doesn't include some real background, boring policy-making work, legislation work, submitting its select committees work, it just stays at that level of activism. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So,
but I add something. I actually forgot that we've got a campaign for a piece of legislation, which is a Future Generations Act for Aotearoa New Zealand, or it could look something. We've got a discussion document that is out at the moment. The campaign's called Tomorrow Together. It's like rangatahi led. It's quite amazing, and the idea could be Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, but it could be something else. But essentially, like the way that I kind of describe it's the opposite of like the regulatory standards bill. It's kind of a meta legislation that would mean that any other piece of legislation that comes through would have to be judged by, what is this going to do for future generations, 100 years, 200 years, whatever it is. And so obviously it's grounded in this kind of, intergenerational Te Ao Māori perspective. And that feels really cool. That feels cool. But that's a meta piece of legislation. It's not, we do our fair share of these select committee presentations too,
Can I ask one question of the panel? Sorry. Do you use platforms like Action Station and some of these other ones who actually set themselves up like an umbrella organisation that various people can put up the various types of projects they'd want to? And the other thing is, as it is difficult to get traction with the politicians, are you able to interact with either the policy people who do the research actually in the government departments, or some of the CEs or deputy CEs that don't always have to follow literally what the minister is directing, because they can put up alternative views even if he doesn't take notice of them, but they can still implement things through their own regulatory framework?
Yes, I've done a lot of work with Action Station actually, and would you have too? But through Child Poverty Action Group, we were actually funded to work together with them because we had this amazing philanthropic guy who saw that. So CPAG is a research organisation, and Action Station's really good at like messaging and connecting people and stuff. So a long connection with Action Station, which is really amazing, and we're part of the Fairer Futures kind of rōpū with them, which is great. We don't really do, Wheel hasn't really done any like petitions and stuff, but they're a really great kind of connecting organisation, I would say. Actually, we're funded by the same people, the Peter McKenzie project as well. So really grateful to work with them a lot. And then what was the second part of the question about? Engaging with the actual people who do the work. Yeah. Ministries and stuff. Yeah, definitely. Like we're having a lot of where we're trying to build connections in local government at the moment, because so many cool people working in local government who understand what's going on, in their communities. So we have a local government kind of official and staff network, which has really taken off, and that's been really great. And then I would say we're also trying to build connections, and we have deep connections with people working in the constitutional transformation space, because I think like a really big issue obviously is that, and I saw it so much when I was maybe even like vexatiously OAAing Louise Upston, like every cabinet paper, everything I went, like, because what you see they get all of this official advice and then they just, I'm going to do it anyway. And it's like, how can we, this is so wrong, how much the big problem, I think, is like the executive branch has too much power. So, yeah, I think it's going back to that systems change thing of we need constitutional transformation to change that, because these guys just do whatever they want, which is not a very empowering message to end on, but we can change it.
That's right, I've got an empowering message. Yeah. So I didn't talk about it, but one of my roles is I'm the co-chair for Access Matters Aotearoa, and the whole focus of Access Matters Aotearoa is to get an Accessibility Act for Aotearoa across the board. And Operations Manager is very, very good at talking to everyone across the political spectrum. And she's, I don't know how she does it. No, Diane. Diane is the operations manager. And Diane is able to be in a room with ACT and get them on board. She's able to be in a room with national MPs and get them on board. She is incredibly capable of articulating why accessibility legislation matters in words and values and language that people from ACT and National understand, and New Zealand First understand as much as Greens, Labour and the Māori Party. And that ability to sit in a room with someone and find a common value and articulate why this legislation matters and why it would be good and why it would be a win for this government and follow that through is very powerful. And then on the other side, we've got Juliana and Kimberly who run the Kōrero for Change. So it's that dual arm of the activism, the public-facing stuff, the conversations, the generating excitement and interest and that public push for it, while also having somebody who's really good at that policy legislation side of things, who can draft get a draft bill thing. Get that drafted and then get it to people in power and have them be really enthusiastic about it and really keen about it. And I'm more on that activism out there with placards more than I am actually able to do that other side. But it's working together. Yeah.
Can I give you just some real positive feedback on Access Matters? And Diane and Juliana. So they're great at having meetings not with like only political parties, but with people in the community as well. Because we had a webinar, it was about a launch for our policy for public good, which I think Kelly was involved in, and maybe some other people in the room. Afterwards, or beforehand, they were like, "Is there going to be?" They had like some quite. I think we felt slightly challenged by the questions like, is there going to be a sign language interpreter available? And we were like, oh shit, we didn't actually think about it. And it was like a little bit embarrassing. Oh man. And so then we had quite a lovely, a very warm meeting with them. And it was like, just thank you for raising that with us. Here is what we can do differently next time. And so next time it's just like, it's really easy to say, if you're having a in-person event, like, what are your dietary requirements? Do you have any access requirements? Like, oh, it's so simple. And they did it so, like we were challenged, but we didn't feel like ashamed or, it was just really cool. It was great. They're great at having those conversations with people. Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We're just about at afternoon tea time. There's still lovely sun in the sky. We'll go out and stretch your legs. Can you please join me in thanking the wonderful presenters this afternoon? We reconvene in about 30 minutes. So please go and enjoy some afternoon tea. Thank you.
All right, looks like the last people who can't bear to leave the sunshine are trickling back into the whare. So thanks all of you for sticking around for this last part of the conversation on a beautiful Friday afternoon. The weather hasn't changed. Like, it's Wellington, I thought, for sure, halfway through the day. That's right, it's amazing. So our last part of the day is talking about what next for critical and generative care economies research. My name is Katharine McKinnon. Okay. My name's Katharine McKinnon, and for those of you that don't know me, I'm a recent returnee from Australia. Landed back in Wellington in January this year and have been working up the hill at Te Herenga Waka, Victoria University. I'm originally from Wellington, but have a somewhat scattered story of being born in Fiji and growing up in Thailand and then coming to New Zealand and then going back to Thailand and then, back to Australia. So lovely to be back here, and thanks to Kelly and the team for hosting this wonderful day here. I came to care research partly due to Kelly, actually. I started being interested in care when care became a really prominent part of my life as I was becoming a mother. And becoming a mother and being an academic, and getting really interested in the politics of care and birthing and mothering work. And as I started to form a research project around that, Kelly came in, and also Stephen Healy joined that work as well. So my engagement with these wonderful ideas of care that we're talking about today is really thanks very much to Kelly and to Stephen, who's been here for much of the day as well. I wanted to maybe start the afternoon session with some reflection. So Kelly gave me the job of being the rapporteur for the session. I have no idea what that word means, and I looked it up, and apparently, according to Google, the job of a rapporteur is to give a fully factual and accurate report on the proceedings, so that everything is captured completely accurately. That's not what I'm going to do. But as the day has progressed, there's been so much, it's been so rich. I don't really think there's any way to kind of capture where all the conversations have gone and what all the presentations have been about. But something that's been coming to my mind a lot as I've been listening and taking notes, I keep thinking about trees. And so I wanted to share with you a little story about trees. And trees have been coming to mind partly because our day began with a pōwhiri and the reference to the kōwhai tree that was planted here when this building was first thought of, and is clearly an important part of the life of what this building is. yeah, and the other reasons why trees have been coming up will probably become apparent with the story. So I've had the great privilege while I was in Australia to work as part of a project called Country as Teacher, which was about trying to train Australian school teachers to bring in Indigenous pedagogies into the classroom and to teach their students how to connect with country as a part of classroom practice. And so being part of that project, the team that didn't already have that practice, i.e. me, had to go and spend time regularly on country, on the land. The idea was to choose one place, preferably in a natural setting, where we would sit at least once a week for at least 40 minutes and just try and figure out how to learn from country in that place, how to listen, how to open ourselves to what the stories that were being presented. And this is a practice that I stuck with, and it was a lot of just sitting there wondering what I was meant to be thinking about or seeing or doing. But there was one moment that came, and it was in a time in my life where the burden of care was feeling really heavy. Most people in this room can relate to what that's like. I've got 3 children, a couple of them with some really complex needs, and I was dealing with long COVID and was just feeling like I was being eaten away, like, you know, constantly being asked, being needed to do stuff, and, you know, feeling that exhaustion. And there's been talk today about that feeling of exhaustion that happens with the burden and obligation of care work, and as a care burden that's carried nationally by Māori in this country in terms of treaty relationships. That exhaustion of care work and the obligations gets held at many different scales. So for me, it was being held very much in my body at that time. And I was sitting in my usual spot, which was at the base of a big gum tree in the bush next to my house in Victoria, and just had one of those slightly incoherent moments where I kind of felt like I was seeing the land in front of me from the perspective of the tree, and feeling like I lived in a tiny miner's cottage, you know, built in the 1850s. And I felt like I was I was seeing the country through that time period where you know, what did it look like before that house was there? What did it look like before the miners came? What was the bush like? And I had a sense really of how transitory that human existence on that land is, and how long lived and ancient the land itself is. And felt a real sense of the strength of that tree behind my back. And as I was sitting there with these reflections, a seed pod fluttered down from the tree into my lap. And it was that moment of, here I am feeling in this care burden like I'm giving pieces of myself away all the time, and I'm being diminished somehow by that work, that unrecognised, unappreciated, bloody teenagers, work. And here, you know, I felt like the seed pod was a little moment where I was being told, there's a different way to do it. You can actually, I'm the age when a couple of generations ago I would have been a grandmother already. I would have been that old woman, you know, sitting strong in the kitchen telling everyone what to do. You can be that. You can be that strong tree, and what you give to the world, what you give through your care, can be the seed pod, can be that thing you give it. You're giving the koha. Thank you for the reference to koha in the work. It can be that gift. It doesn't have to diminish you, right? And that was a bit, in that moment in my life, that was a big kind of, I can do this in a different way. It doesn't have to be taking from me. And thinking with the tree and the work of care, there's more to it as well, because the tree has its roots and those foundations in the soil. And through those roots, a tree is in community with other trees. We know about the forest as a community that speaks to each other and supports each other and warns each other about incoming pests, right? So through those roots, we are also getting strength from the community around us. And that's another way to think about the work that we're doing here, I think, is that work of being in community with each other as we think about the work of care and the importance of care. The other theme that connects with that story in my mind is the theme of time that's come up so much. The long-lived nature of country and the long life of a tree, and the very different kind of time scale that we're talking about. It's not the Georgian clock. It's the time that's needed in the moment to listen and to just be. And that's been a really beautiful theme that's been coming up through the day today, that different way of thinking about time. It's a pretty radical way of thinking about time. It's a very anti-productivist kind of a narrative of what we are and what we do. You know, the seed pod doesn't get produced according to the publisher's deadline or anything. It comes in its own time, and it flourishes in its own time. It's not something you control either. So when we're talking about all of that hard, boring work of sitting in Senate hearings and trying to make policy happen, that's another different way of thinking about that time as well. There's been talk of reworlding, which is a really beautiful language to think about lightening that burden of decolonisation and lightening that how we think about the importance of care in that, a reclaiming. There's the intergenerational nature of care that we've been talking about today, and when you think of it in a time scale of trees, you are already thinking in an intergenerational time scale. And there's thinking about love and aroha, which I think is really crucial in this conversation about care as well. That project that I mentioned with Kelly and Stephen, one of the stories that came out of that was a story about the importance of love in childbirth. That when birthing is happening, it happens through the chemical imprint of love, of oxytocin. The human is made to be born in and through the chemical imprint of love, and I feel like that's a really important thing to hold. For me, love and care is at the foundations of everything. You know, that what Joan was talking about is care is not, it's not the care economy as a little sector. It's in and through everything all the time, and it's a foundation, and it's a foundation that ought to be one that we approach with and through love. A praxis of aroha, I think. And I think that runs through the wonderful 6 what we can do priorities that Joan pointed to at the start of the day, which are really helpful to think with. Yeah, so that's my rapporteur's account of the day. It's the account of a tree. Yeah, time and love and roots and community and slowness. Trees are really good at teaching how to go slow and listen. So with that in mind, I'd like to pass on to our beautiful panel here to give their thoughts and reflections on the day. And then I might, the room is very quiet and feeling, so I might actually get everyone to have a little bit of movement and bring some energy back into the room before we go to questions at the very end. So I'll pass. Who would like to speak first?
Thank you. That was a great rapporteur. Is that what it's called? Yeah, that was a great rapporteur account of the day, and beautiful story about the tree and the seeds, and yeah, it was a lovely way to capture all of that kōrero, so thank you very much for that. It was a tiny surprise that I was speaking because I need to read things a little better, and so I'm just off the seat of my pants, I'm just going to talk, so that's good. And since it's around the next steps for research, I'll kind of talk through how I'm moving forward and thinking about what my priorities are
in terms of the space, how I want to impact, how I want to contribute and be of use. So I'm not good at many things, but I can read, write and think pretty okay, I think. So I'm just use that. And then one of the for Indigenous scholars in particular, we don't have, our literatures are woven into the landscape, and so we don't have a huge wealth of written text to draw on. And so our job as Indigenous scholars is to theorise so we can utilise. If we don't write about our text that is in the land and in our cultural archives, then it's not seen as valid in the Western Academy. And so that's a key priority, is to put it onto paper so that we can utilise it. I'm really grateful at the Winter Intensive for the Diverse Economies course that I did a few months ago, that I got to meet Kelly, and she helped me through putting together a proposal for a Manatua Papa, which there was hundreds and hundreds of applications and like 20 we'll get through. So very small chance of getting through, and it's also a ballot. So, but I was able to really sculpt what some of these things that I'm interested in investigating around community economies, and really think about what mokopuna-centric wellbeing economies and care economies look like, and think really deeply about the nucleus. Where is the kernel that we need to put our attention on to see change? And we kind of use the word upstream and downstream all the time for where it's located, but you're kind of like running upstream and then downstream and upstream to try and find how the things that we're doing are reaching. So my main priority, because I only came out of my PhD a couple of years ago, is write, and think, and really flesh out all of those concepts around the mokopuna-centric economies, what that looks like. Look at, I've got some child development models that I'm moving around with that find a home there as well, and also an ecology of love that looks at a new way of thinking about well-being. We have our wonderful whare tapa whā, which has been used, everyone uses it. It's been very useful for what it's been used for, and I'm so grateful for that model. And it's a time now to move beyond and think of it a little bit deeper. I'm particularly interested in how we reconcile our Indigenous bodies with land. So the separation of mind and body is something that I think about constantly, and how that Cartesian dualism that has been imposed on us has interrupted our connection to land in really tangible ways. So if we thought about Indigenous bodies as one, Indigenous bodies, minds, as one with the land and as one with the environment, what does that look like? What does that feel like? Because that separation, that individualisation in that way has been incredibly detrimental to who we are. And so that reconciliation is there, and thinking about well-being through our elements, and I kind of had another slide but ran out of time today, through wind and air and the land and water, and how we come about being well through connecting to these things. I think I'll leave it there, otherwise I'll be here all day just nattering on and my stuff that I think about on a daily. But I'll pass it over to Ash. Yummy.
Thanks, Joni. Thank you very much. I guess my thoughts, following on from what Katharine alluded to earlier, is thinking about notions of time. Time is a crucial resource that we all have far too little of, and the way in which our work and lives structure the kind of time we have for care, the time we might, Joan talked about this idea of a caring democracy, that we all ideally should be able to take part in both the decision making around how care happens, who should be responsible for that care, how it's shared, real higher level questions as a society moving forward, how we think about care needs and how care is provided and sourced. But when I was thinking about that, I was thinking about it through the lens of the families who are involved in the research that I'm about to embark on with colleagues I've mentioned already, who are families working in non-standard hours, particularly low-income families, where the majority of non-standard work at the moment is families who are on low-wage income. It's increasingly precarious. It's shift in the last decade. Shift night work has increased twice as much for women as their male counterparts in New Zealand. And by the recent statistics, about 1 in 3 workers are involved in some kind of non-standard labour. So I was thinking about the ways in which we might try and claim back some unburdened time from that encroaching nature of the sort of work environment that we're increasingly involved in, the kind of habituation we have to a 24/7 economy now. When we talk about that kind of nothing's out of bounds in some ways in terms of our demands, and how we might police that. We're told as individuals we're supposed to be able to police that, but we're increasingly lacking the autonomy or the agency to do that for all sorts of reasons. And so the notion of time for me seems to be something we need to try and, contest, repoliticise. I was thinking about the way in which at the turn of the 20th century, we fought hard for the 8-hour working day and the kind of advocacy that went into claiming those kinds of rights around time and autonomy. The proliferation of the idea of leisure time is something that was democratised in a way that hadn't been until that point, that everyone had the right to have these periods of unburdened time, but it seems to have kind of slipped from our understandings. And it's not just for necessarily, it's particularly pointed for the kinds of families in the study that I'm involved in. But I think it impacts right across the board. And I think the kind of work from home movement, although it's supposed to give us greater agency about how we structure our days and our responsibilities, in fact, with the kind of cost of living rises, what we're seeing is families cutting things like after school care and childcare, trying to do everything in the sort of working day. So that, they've got these images in the media of women with their laptops and kids just beside them, looking for their afternoon tea or whatever it is. So, we're led to believe we have this agency over our time and that we're able to structure time to do care, but actually, in reality, how feasible is that for most of us going forward? So notions of time were sort of really prominent in my thoughts today as I was listening to Joan. And the other thing that struck me when I was thinking about it, maybe from a sort of geographer's perspective, is the kind of materialities of the spaces in which we inhabit and the way in which that infuses notions of care. So, I think about the ways, and I was struck by a colleague's comment recently who started at Massey, and this might be a reflection badly of Massey, but she talked, we'll go with it anyway. She said that, I feel like the buildings are really run down and I just don't feel like we're loved. I just don't feel like the institution cares for us. Don't record this, Deanna. Thanks very much. I'm on thin ice. And it really struck me as I never thought about it. And she was right. I was looking really tired. And, in what ways do the sort of materialities of the environments we inhabit also express and make conditions for care to happen? It might be, the aged care sector where we might go into some of those providers and services and feel like they're stark, cold, they're unloved, they're not loving, they're not caring environments. I see through the eyes of a sort of early childhood education and childcare, which is where I do a lot of my previous work, particularly as we sort of bring in those different kinds of values, profit making being the key one in many ways, those, the materialities of how care gets facilitated in many ways through the built environment. And the other thing that struck me recently was I'm seeing a lot of these kind of city initiatives about caring cities, and I wondered about the scale at which we kind of invest our time and energy to try and reframe care. It might be a planning initiative where people are trying to reframe care as a caring city. I follow a lot of media around playful cities in terms of making cities more amenable to children and how we make it more interactive and engaging, not just the kind of utilitarian, adult-centric spaces that we necessarily have to have some of, but how do we open up those spaces in ways that make life and well-being better for all kinds of citizens who might inhabit those spaces. So I just wondered about, the materialities, the spaces, and the levels at which we pitch our advocacy for change, in a sense. So there are things I was thinking of today.
I just returned from China. I was there a couple of weeks ago, and every time I go, I'm always struck by how fast everything is in the city, how fast everything is, and how everything's always available. And, you know, I had my son with me who's 11, because the kids get one trip when they turn 11, come on a work trip with me. And, you know, he was fascinated by robots, because there's a lot of robots. And anything he wanted, my host, who had previously been my PhD student, would order it on, like, the equivalent of Delivereasy, and then robots could bring it to him, an iced tea, a single cup of, you know, iced tea. It was just so bizarre. You could buy Pokemon from these robots that were kind of like fridge sized and just going through the mall, accosting small children. And, you know, it was kind of an embodied feeling of like, sort of like a bit of panic for me as someone coming from Palmerston North, which is very quiet. You know, and it was so, I really, just hearing what you're saying about the 24/7 economy, like that was totally embedded throughout the city. And even Abby and Stephen were wanting somewhere to print something at 9 p.m. the other night for our thing that started the next morning. And I was like, I don't think New Zealand does that. Like, it's like, what, do we have print shops? I don't know. They're definitely not open at 9 p.m. Yeah, they'll close at 2:30 or something. So yeah, just connecting with what you're saying there, and that sort of, so your work is so important to think that through. What, like, do we want that kind of economy? And it's actually, as Georgie said, you know, it's the economy's designed and our spaces are designed, and we can design them differently. And this whare is also Massey University, you know, which has been designed with care and is looked after with care, and we're welcomed on with care. And, you know, these are the kinds of spaces of slowness and of reflection that we want to have in our city. And so a lot of my, you know, Chinese students come to Palmerston North, and it's, maybe Hao-Yun can guarantee this for us, but it's very boring. And in fact, the Spanish women's football team left Palmerston North because it was too boring. And I said to my children, only boring people get bored. If you've got something in here to sit with, you know, you can make a quiet space your own. Anyway, that wasn't what I was going to say. I was just reflecting on what you said. What next for caring economies? So 3 things I got out of Joan's talk that I wanted to reflect back to us, and you might have got different things. I'm sure we all did. I was thinking about her distinction between the care economies and caring economies, and it was very flattering that she kind of attributed that to, that was a paper that we co-wrote, it wasn't just me, but I don't know if we'd really thought about that. You know, that idea of when people talk about the care economy, they're talking about it as a subset of the economy. So it was interesting to have her bring that to our attention, and how the idea of caring economies, which I think we use in the plural mainly because we're geographers and we're so insistent that place matters, that there's not just one economy. It's like place-based economies. So we talk about it in the plural often, and diverse economies literature as well talks about it in the plural. So that was really something for me to take away and think about more intentionally. How do we use that language and, push back against that assumption that care is a part of the economy, and think about, as Katharine said, that care is the foundation of human life. It was first, and it will continue, and it will always be there, and it is always there, no matter the kind of economy that emerges to help us distribute resources and organise ourselves, right? And I love the piece that you wrote where you talk about that as we're all born into those networks of care, and that's the foundation of a new geopolitics, but also of a different kind of economy,
The second thing she talked about was assessing the caring effects of policies. I really like that. I think that's a job for next We All report. Yeah. She talked about that we should assess the effect of policies according to their care, and people should have care impact statements in policy design. And I think that, yeah, that's something I can't quite see how it would happen at this point. But there is things that have changed around that, environmental impact statements and social impact statements that are, required in different kinds of consents, resource consents, and there's a place for bringing that up. I mean, the Wellbeing budget is an example of trying to assess the impact of how Treasury spends the money for the country according to the wellbeing outcomes. So that's definitely something that we should bring back. Assessing the caring effects of policies like Ash's work and thinking about childcare policies. If we're pouring subsidies into private childcare, what are the caring effects of that? And should we have a balanced approach that's putting money into families who want to be at home to care for children, or should we have, what kinds of caring effects are there in the different policy options that we come up with? So I love that as a practical step. And then the third one, Joan's a political theorist, so it was kind of interesting to me I'm always like, the economy needs to change. The economy is the problem. If we change the economy, because I research in the area of community economies, so the problem is the economy. But she was like, political institutions need to change, and that was her start point as a political theorist. And I was like, those things aren't disconnected, right? Like Mataki Mai, for example, is a constitutional document, is about political change, but it has deep economic implications. And I think one of the things that struck me as she said that was a sense of empowerment, just because, weirdly, but that, politics is about action and about change and about doing things differently. And I believe the economy is too, and economies are too, but that's often not the way that people think about it and talk about it. As Georgie said, we often think of it as a machine where things just happen and we're not kind of part of it and it's sort of done to us. So that was something I would take away to think about. And then the last thing I wanted to say was that, this event has been funded. Weirdly, it doesn't cost $25 a head to run. It's been funded by Ash's Marsden grant, which was a social science grant, which they've just discontinued. We're on the last, hopefully not the last, but recently the last, and on her project, and through my project, which is a Rutherford grant, which is called Transitioning to Caring Economies through Transformative Community Investment. And then, the three things that I've been working on for the last 3 years, and I've got another 2 years left, that was inventorying what we already do. What are we already doing in the space of caring economies? And looking at recovery in Christchurch after the earthquakes. We recently did a project documenting all of the incredible projects in the Wellington region. It's called A Field Guide to Wellington Transitions. And so that's sort of inventorying what's already out there and what people are already doing that's, that looks like the kind of caring economy that we want to be part of in the future. And then amplifying the one. Inventory includes bad stuff too, obviously. But amplifying the ones that we want to see more of. And that's about creating outputs, such as the book that Transitions project came out of. But also thinking about metrics and thinking about the event we had yesterday on circular economy was actually called Measuring Circular Economy, and we got people who knew stuff about measuring, which I don't, to talk about the impact of measuring and how measuring can guide action. And even if you don't like measuring, it often guides action. So how do you, as a measuring skeptic, get involved in designing metrics, because actually your skepticism is what is your gift to that. And then the third part of the project is connecting or travelling. Connecting rather than scaling up, because I'm always like, how do these community things scale up? Rather than scaling up, connecting between initiatives that can learn from each other. And so that's part of Swarnima's project, where she's working with her organisation, Tinhari, and then also working with Te Hiko and Porirua, which Thomas has also been helping out there as well. And how do these ideas travel across place and across time in ways that are appropriate to kind of seed and spark caring economies in other places? Yeah, that's where I'll leave that.
We do have another one, but I've lost it.
I've got it.
Oh,
I've got both.
Hoarding. So thanks very much, all of you, for your reflections. We have... Oh, what time are we meant to finish up? 4:15. Oh, there's only 5 minutes left. We must have talked for a long time. Sorry, I wasn't timekeeping. I was going to get everyone to like stand up and move. Well, let's just everyone stand up anyway for a moment. Yeah, so we've got time for a few comments and questions. So as you're standing up and shaking your limbs and moving around, yeah, have a think of anything that you'd like to bring up, pose to any of the panel, or any general comments or reflections on the day that you want to share yourselves. All right, we can sit back down maybe.
Hey, kia ora. Thank you so much for a great day. It's been awesome. My name's Rosie. My background is in sleep science and aged care, and I think it's been really great to hear, talking about, the use of time and how time can be compromised. So in theory, sleep occupies a third of our time, and the rest is kind of work and play. And so what we tend to see in the qualitative work that Mary and I have done with people in aged care and dementia-related care is there's a real unique awareness that sleep is really important, and that really aligns with what we know, when sleep is compromised. This has real implications for physical and mental, spiritual well-being. But also there's these narratives around it's kind of the only epoch of time that can be sacrificed, and often is truncated for carers because they have these obligations for their employment or their caregiving, or they're literally sleeping on high alert. So even if they are asleep, they consider themselves caring. So yeah, just wanted to kind of plant that seed that it's something that is quite often forgotten. We take sleep for granted, but it's for carers we increasingly see that there's real disparities in sleep health, which has implications for well-being and being able to be productive in work as well as caring. So just planting that seed of people doing research in that space that we're really interested in that third epoch of life. Yeah, so kia ora. Thank you for today.
Kia ora, thank you. I've actually got to rush off and take some baking to my daughter's workplace. So I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you so much. I was thinking about care as koha, and I met so many people today and look around the room and I think what amazing things you all hold in your hands, and that concept of time again, taking time, slowing down time, and there's a lot of work on slow academia. How grateful I am for you for organising this, to give us the time to think carefully and to think through care, but also to connect and to think of ways in which we can act as well. So as someone who struggles to think how we can care outside of consumption, as you talked about, Kelly, I leave today feeling that there is hope. And that's another thing I think a lot about in my academic work. What does it mean to give our students hope? What does it mean to hold hope in our hands and to enact it in a really practical way? So you've all given me so much to think about, and I am very, very grateful for that. So, kia ora. I have to go.
There's no reason why they're on call.
She's leaving work, and I promise.
Kia ora, I just had a thought, and I'd love to hear your reflections on it, Joni, about how, you know, you're saying we need to write this stuff down, and the kind of oral tradition hasn't been really valued in the Western academy, but like thinking about kind of historically, like ancient Greece, whatever, it's like if you're writing things down, I was talking to Kelsey about this at lunch, I think, like if you're writing things down that wasn't really trusted, and it's like if you actually can speak and then you can be questioned, then that's something that was like valued more at that time. And now I'm just thinking with like the move to AI, and anyone can say anything, and like now I hear you're having more oral assessments. Yeah, like, I don't know. I just wondered what you thought about it.
Oh, that's such a good question. Yeah, it is a really real challenge because AI, I guess we haven't quite come to terms. I mean, I got a little bubble of anxiety as you were talking. Like I felt like this, as you were like saying it, so I feel like we've all kind of got that tiny bit of like not knowing what the implications of what that means. And for Indigenous knowledge, what does that mean? You can ask AI anything and it will tell you something about, our worldview. So I feel like there's still a need to write about it from human beings getting it onto a piece of paper and talking and getting it on there. There's still a need we need to talk about it. We need to be able to communicate it, through poetry as, pathways, talk about it, discuss it, and then also have these, literatures that carry it as well, that come from humans too. And so kind of I love that idea of the making part of it too. Like I'm drawn to creativity, art, and the interweaving of that as a way to infuse the humanity into our mahi as well. So if we can hold on to that, we can hold a little bit onto our humanity. But yeah, I still feel like there's just this really important drive for Indigenous scholars to get it on paper so that we can use it. Because I can't use it if it's not there, and others can't use it if it's not there. We have all of these ways of doing research, for example, and we have nothing written about it. We just do it and then still, Brown and Clark it, that just Brown and Clark 2006 at every single time, But we have our own ways of analysing data, and I do it, but there's no literature to support how I do it. And so our job is, I'm like creating a data analysis ceremony with a couple of my like homegirls that also do this mahi so that we can use it. Otherwise it will just still be like Brown and Clark forevermore until we get it, yeah.
Thanks so much. And if I want to make a plug for the importance of the communication work, the writing that you were talking about, also the comms that you were talking about, the Wheel resources online, trying to find stuff to present to our students when we're teaching and give them different perspectives that go against the grain, that are digestible for them. Those Wheel videos are just gold, yeah. And, looking for more of those materials that we can share in our teaching spaces as part of our academic work is really crucial. Yeah. We're at time. And I'm really conscious that it's a Friday afternoon, and This has been such a beautiful day and this lovely space, and I'd love to keep the conversation going, but maybe we'll call the formalities to an end and perhaps there's progression to further conversations after. So I want to thank everyone who's spoken today. Thank Kelly and Aish for organising and putting your precious grant money into making this happen. And everyone for participating. It's been really lovely. I think there's been a lot of seeds shared today to take with us in the work that we're doing. And hopefully we will be able to get in touch with each other if emails and things are distributed. Yeah. So please join me in thanking everyone for this wonderful day.
And just one last big thank you. Dana, do you want to get this done? Come up here. Dana has been behind every email. Everything that's gone right today has been because of Dana. And wrong was me. She's hosted you all. She's answered people's questions. She's done it cheerfully and efficiently. And at the same time, and this is really unusual, also chill. Usually efficient goes with like a little bit of, but you've managed to, you've really pulled everything together. Dana is a Master's in Sustainable Development Goals student, among many other hats, important hats, and she is an intern in this project. And we couldn't have done it without you, so thank you so much. Yeah. Angela, am I allowed to invite you to close us with karakia again today, or is it right? Sorry. Unless somebody else wants to do it. Yeah, Angela is from Massey, Wellington, and is it?
Yeah, I was just thinking about what karakia I would do. Okay. Do you want it on there? Yeah, I was just going to, so the karakia that we'll do together we're going to do a toilet karangi, that's a college name, karakia, because then I've got some helpers to do it. And you kind of all know it because it's really a karakia that we've adapted, so you probably have heard of it before. So just follow me, okay? I'm going to show you the actions as well. So, tui e ki runga, tui e ki raro, tui e ki roto, tui e ki wako, tui e te moka tangata o tēnei hui, ka rongo te pō, ka rongo te ao, ti hei. I forgot the